Hello. Where's the button? There's the button. Okay, everything actually showed up. But hello, hello. How is everyone? As I said, hey Shep, hey Kilo, hi and bye Viper, hey Bobby, how's it going? Where is everything? What do I need to do? This is going to be like a mixed night tonight. I'm going to do any percent run just to warm up and let people trickle in, and then after the first run, I'm going to be doing a tutorial on everything that you've just seen. So if you're interested in running this, stick around for after this first run, and I will show you how to get the game set up, how to install like all the live split stuff, and do everything that you see, and any backups for anything that's particularly difficult. Circle jump, you just keep running, and when you have to clip the pipes, pressing. Yeah, like when you do the circle jump around Tau, the first difficult one, you don't have to stop and start. Like I golded by like 5 seconds last night because I just stopped waiting. I just go for it. It's a bit more tricky because you don't have any time to sort of think, okay, have I got like the right amount of distance? You go for it and hope. But yeah, you do save a bit of time doing it that way. I say clip the pipes by pressing. If you have, do you mean after the circle jump when you're trying to get up on top of the corridor? Like, if you've got enough momentum, you can land on that without having to do the first jump. But both jumps are tricky to do particularly well. But I was about to start recording, but I'm already recording. So let's do a thing. Yeah, as I say, after this run, I'll be breaking everything down and showing you how it all works. So for anyone who's interested in picking up a new speed game, do stick around. Let's hope I can at least get a half decent run out first, though. It's been a few hours. Watch me somehow get a world record when I'm not recording properly. Oh, good, the timer worked. That would be embarrassing if it didn't. So if anyone's not familiar with this game, it's kind of similar to the other HPL games. If you've seen runs of Amnesia, you'll kind of know what to expect. Walls are completely optional. Yeah, Noah, how's it going? Good evening. Or I assume like good afternoon, good lunchtime for you. Game's muted. Oh. Now it should be fine. Thank you. This is why I do this on stream and not not offline. I forgot to press the other button. That should be better now. Hey Yonko, how's it going? I'm sorry I couldn't chat more in your stream earlier. Like I was constantly falling a minute behind. So anything I would have said you wouldn't have seen for a while. Or it would have been completely irrelevant to what you were actually doing at the time. How did you enjoy the run overall though? Yeah, internet do be like that. I'm hoping mine holds up tonight. Failed 3 missions. I saw you went way too quick into the Aegis lorry and got stuck in the ceiling. That's definitely a thing that can happen.
Hello?
Wow, my mouse does not want to
Dr. Munchie?
cooperate right now.
Oh, hi. Didn't hear you come in.
Nope.
Simon Jarrett, right?
Damn it, Munchie.
Dr. Munchie?
Well, it's just Mr. Munchie. But
Yeah,
I'm
if we're getting
working
into
on
that van, it's best to
it.
just
Actually, you're helping me right now.
slow down a
Is
little
this
bit.
part of your thesis work?
Yeah, it's a study I'm doing with my colleague Paul Berg. We hope to design a gentle way to work with brain reconstruction to help people like you.
Nah, full
Oh,
speed.
did you take the tracer?
I mean,
fluid?
sometimes it
Yes,
works.
I did.
Great. Well, we can start whenever you're ready.
And sometimes it doesn't. Felt the other mission taking too much damage. Oh, with the when you have to collect the 4 cars, because one of them's really low on health. I've made that mistake. Just eat the thing in and just
All right.
fail.
Let me just get this out of the way. You are Simon Jarrett, correct?
Right.
Toronto, Canada. Munchie. Born 1988, July 16th.
Right.
Flat neurograph. Version 6. Good. All files in order.
Well, this hurt.
It's just
Yeah, I've seen that you can clip above the arc as well. I did try using that for a little while, but I don't know. I just found it more consistent to clip out through the wall than trying to get up on top of the arc. Jumping up there sometimes was a bit... eh. Yeah, it would definitely save some time there. I mean, I can showcase both routes for that later.
What happened?
I'll be going over like recommended strats, more advanced strats, and some backups as well.
Mr. Munchie?
Okay. 326 in the end. That's not bad. The fuck am I looking at the ceiling for? Yeah, you can go forward with the vent. I just personally find it more easier for myself to go sideways. I can tell a bit better whether I'm going to get the clip or not.
What was that?
Yeah, that clip is weird. It's only recently, though, that it's been kicking my camera up. Where I've done like a 180 after clipping. That's not a nice climb. It held, though. I thought I was going off the side of the chair. Simon, down. That is not how I wanted you to go down, but okay. You're healing now. Too much down.
It doesn't hurt anymore.
Like, that was partly my fault because I crouched again. I uncrouched going down because I thought that Simon had already uncrouched, but apparently not.
Oh, that's better. Simon, was it?
Jarrett, Simon Jarrett.
Hi, Simon.
And then crouching the second time, it just
Figured out what's
the
going
chair
on
just
there?
said no.
Me? I was hoping you'd have some answers.
I probably have some. What do you want to know?
Where to even begin? I mean, what is this place? How did I get here? And why do the robots talk like they're people?
Well, you're at Upsilon, clearly. Have you never been there before? Where did you work?
The Grimoire in Toronto. Is that really important?
Yeah, when I get into the tutorial, though, I'll also be going over setting up both a running profile and a separate debug profile, so you can just launch the game in either version. You don't have to keep going back into the configs,
And it was very unexpected.
which is very handy.
Have you seen any people? Like staff or field technicians?
Only
Because I would
robots.
not recommend running with the game in debug mode. Even if you never
You're telling me.
intend to use any of the features,
What was that?
if you accidentally go to press W and you press like 2 or 3 on the keyboard, you're in for a bad time because you're about to call some debug function that's going to open a door or teleport you to part of the map or something. Like, so many of the keys start doing things that you don't expect.
Shit! Where should I? Oh, fuck!
I remember early on, I learned that the hard way. I was in Tau, and I accidentally went to run out of the airlock. I pressed 2, and the airlock door just went like straight open. It's one of the keys is like to test those door animations.
What? What the hell? How is this possible?
So don't do that.
This is insane!
Oh, I dropped it. Come on.
Where did I get a flashlight?
It moved as soon as I landed on it. Yeah, don't expect this to be a particularly good run. I just want to do one no reset before I get going. Also, when I do the actual tutorial, I will turn the bloom filter off. Makes it a bit easier to see what the hell's going on. That's a terrible sheet. Also, this run's just to warm my voice up.
Let's hope the shuttle still works.
No. I clicked it once. As soon as I jumped, I realized my mistake there. Hmm. Oh, looks like I'm clipping this time. If the prop's even going to follow. If it doesn't, I'll just trigger the cutscene. Continue. I do hope that stayed. If it doesn't, I blame Spider.
Let's hope the shuttle still works.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong split right now. Ignore the gold. That is not a gold. Hey, look. There we go. Finally got a Steam version of Grid. Nice. How much did you end up paying for that? I assume not as much as you were talking last night. Like $250? That's pretty good. Also, while I'm doing this, is the keyboard display clear enough for everyone? Hopefully it's chunky enough that people can see what I'm pressing. I cannot stop gaining height here. I'm so high. I'm gonna go down here. Fuck. This is a great example. Too much down. No, that was down slightly too late. I have to do all that again. Hello, I'm about to instruct you on how to play this game. Look how well I'm doing. You can trust me. Honest. I'm already 2 minutes behind.
Let's hope the shuttle still works.
I almost fell down there. This is going so well. And just to make sure there's not a repeat of that, I'm gonna take the safe route. Hop 1, hop 2, start on the 3rd.
Welcome to Pathos 2, your expressway to the stars.
So you can start the cutscene there from Out of Bounds. And if I fall off here, the cutscene when you crash the train at the end will actually put you back where you're supposed to be. The same as the Curie vessel crashing. It doesn't take too long to set up, it's just a little safety thing you can do if you're not too confident at dropping here. I'll give a proper explanation later of where you actually go to hit that. Just be aware that if you're doing it this way, you don't have long to clip in and activate the airlock. If you take too long, you'll get warped back to the cutscene. You have like a few seconds of spare time. So it's really best to use this with the drop strat, like that. Alright, well it took an extra 4 minutes, but we made it.
Here we go again.
Three hours practicing Tau and still doing it. Sounds like a good time. Also, you hit the preload there by doing that.
I can find Lambda, right? I mean, really? How big can this ocean be?
That should be enough height. Yeah, as I asked earlier, is the keyboard display clear enough, and is the game feed bright enough that you can see what's going on? I know there's the particles are kind of getting in the way, but they won't be in the tutorial. Like normally it's a lot easier to see what's down below. At least I don't have to worry about accidentally getting a world record while I'm doing this. Yeah, there's a few places where you can get stuck infinitely falling. You can have it in a lot of the goo piles on the top of Theta exit as well.
All right, we're in. Let's find a working escape vessel.
Yeah, what do you know? Something that actually went well tonight. I swear this chair hates me now. And it isn't even dumb chair. Yeah, while I'm doing this tutorial, feel free to chip in with questions, or if you feel there's anything I've missed. If it's something worth addressing, I will do so. Try the ribcage next time. The ribcage is slower for the door that I go in through. Because I go in through the first door, the chair's closest. The ribcage I have to go out of my way to grab. Hi.
I messed up, okay?
How you doing?
Get us out of here?
Yes, yes.
You,
we just need to pump
you okay?
the water out to get a trajectory in place.
Hurry up!
Just a second. All right, taking off. Hold
Simon,
on to
get on the
something.
chair. Oh, it took my fire extinguisher from me.
Can you steer this thing?
Starboard rudder is choking, but I can compensate.
How do you even know what
Not
direction
this
we're
time.
going in?
Don't worry, I'm hooked up to the navigator. We're headed for Theta. Should be a matter of minutes.
Thought I was done for back there.
Seems like the WoW is keeping the Curie from going into a catastrophic failure state. I mean...
But yeah, usually if there's a
shit.
choice of
Are you
props to
talking about the
use
black
for a
tentacles
particular
in the
clip,
engine room?
and there's
I've
one
seen them
that some
before
people
at
use
Upsilon. What are
over the one that I
They're a
particularly choose to
manifestation of
use,
a malfunctioning
it's usually
station-wide
because I've worked out
artificial
that one's
intelligence called the
easier for me
WoW.
or faster for me.
Station-wide?
Like, I know there
So we
are
just made a
alternative
powerful enemy.
props to
No,
use,
it's not like that. The
and I
AI
will
in
try
the
and
persona
explain like
doesn't
different props that
feel
you can
a
use and
bit
how
like
to
because
use them when I'm
it's
doing the tutorial.
it's more like a
But the ones I
cancer.
use are the ones that particularly work well for
Was that the ship?
me.
Looks like your sabotage worked
Ones
better
that
than
I've worked out a
expected.
way of how I can stand, how I can pick it up, how I can rotate it.
Hold on, the blast just pushed us
And
over
changing
plateau.
changing prop at this point
If I
is
don't hit Delta, we're
not
dead.
going to save me much time, if any. And it's only going to slow me down because I'm going to get it wrong because I'm not used to that prop. Yeah, I appreciate there are other props, but I use the ones I use because I prefer using them,
I'll never get this open.
and it'll take a lot to change that. Hey, Kate.
You're the rescue team, huh? Good job. Don't worry, Kath. I'll find a way to Theta.
Door always seems to end up getting rotated that way, and I don't like it because it's hard to grab when it's thin. By the time you've jumped and got your mouse in the right spot, you've kind of jumped into it. Or you have to keep looking up.
Zeppelin's on its way. Better get ready.
These splits are kind of embarrassing, though. Thanks, Simon.
Calm down. We're safe.
Oh, it's really disconcerting popping in and out of existence like that. Where are we now?
Delta. At least that's what you said before the crash.
Oh, right. Of course. Is this a Zeppelin?
Appropriately named. You think it can get us to Theta?
It's a cargo transport. They use them for moving materials between the sites, anything that's too big for the shuttles. I'm sure it can carry us.
Where's the door, then? Nope, there we go.
Why won't it work? Come on. Oh, the tool chip is bust.
Isn't that part of the Omni tool?
Look who's been paying attention.
I had to deal with that back at Upsilon.
Then you know how it works. We need to get a new tool chip and switch it.
Care to point me in the direction of the closest tool chip storage?
I think it would be easier to just take one from a robot.
What? Just knock a robot over the head and steal their chips?
The toolbox over there says it has a stun baton. You could use that.
Come on. I don't want to hurt anyone. Isn't this a bit much?
It's just a robot.
Interesting to see this while looking
We're
in this
just
direction.
robots. Sort of. I'll get us a chip.
Nope. Come on. Yeah, the door's in an okay spot, I guess. Stop. Stop. Now you can go.
This works.
Thanks, Simon. Don't be mad, okay? We really needed that chip.
Surely there's a nicer
We'd
comparison
be
I can
stuck
use.
here.
Could you do it?
There we go.
Kill
That's
a
some
robot
of
like that?
worst.
I get attached to them too. I'm not a monster. But in this case, it had to be done.
He was
Wait,
talking.
was I
I
behind
mean, he
some
was
of
delusional,
worst?
But he seemed sincere.
Wow.
Present.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's fine.
Was he really that different?
That's
from us?
supposed to be the feel-good split.
It's just beginning to sink in. I mean, really sink in.
Yeah,
I'm a robot.
I fell behind
Didn't
the
we cover this
feel-good
already?
splits.
Yes, I've known ever since I woke up at Upsilon. I just keep suppressing it. Like my brain doesn't want me to think about it. It's really getting hard not to think about it.
Yeah. Could you maybe hit that switch over there so we could get moving?
Oh, yeah, sure.
It's always nice to know that you're doing worse than you've ever done before.
Thanks.
Yeah, Spider, how's it going? Arslan, how you doing? Welcome to... Oh god, how is this still a run? Just lost the CS match. Ooh. After this run, am I going to make a tutorial video? That's the plan. Which I've said that a few times, yes. I'm doing well. I'm doing much better than this run is. Yeah, I'm just doing this as a warm-up to let people like trickle in. And then after this run, I'll be going through full setup and tutorial.
Yeah.
I'll still be reading chat. If you have any questions or points to make during the tutorial that you think I might have missed, or any questions that you'd like clarified for your own runs, let me know. And if I'd forgotten about it, or if it's something that could do with pointing out, I will add it in. Although, don't ask questions about previous levels, because I'm not going to be going back during the tutorial.
Stop thinking about what we've become.
So try and get a question in
Clear
before
that
I
we're
move
no
on.
longer human. But then how can I feel like Simon? How can I feel like anything at all? I mean, technically, I don't.
You really want to learn a game, you watch a marathon run. Marathon runs can be a great source of information.
I mean, I'm making sounds. I'm still saying things.
I tried to explain roughly what was going on with my marathon run, but like, some of the intricacies of clipping in this game are a bit too much to explain while you're trying to do them at speed.
So my mind is covering it up, pretending nothing's different.
Yeah, like clipping in this game is all about like pulling a prop completely inside you
So I've
and
found
making sure that the difference between you and where you're trying to clip,
Does that mean I shouldn't think about this stuff, or
like
are
when
my thoughts actually
when you and the prop get forced
I tip the
apart,
balance by
the direction that will happen will force you through whatever you're trying to clip through. That's kind of difficult to explain when you're like trying to do a run and commentate at the same time and not mess up in front of a few thousand people.
Before you go, the artificial intelligence you mentioned in the escape vessel?
But you definitely get more information out of a marathon run than you do out of just watching
Man,
like
seems
the world
something
record.
An unreliable AI would do.
Really complicated to explain how machines think, Simon.
Because most runners don't explain what they're doing every single run. They just get sick of it.
See you soon.
Yeah, I'll still be reading chat later, Kilo. I'm not going to make this a super serious thing. Otherwise, I might as well just do it offline. But I did want to involve people. And my commentary offline sucks. You barely get a word out of me offline. No door? I think door. I also think join the Discord. Oh, sorry, Spider.
Hello? Anyone there? Well, Catherine, we found Theta.
Pretty consistently doing well at Theta Inside, though. Which is nice to see. I mean, doing well at any split is nice to see. Yeah, Ben, how's it going? Yeah, if you want to place your bets on whether the door's going to be there or not, wait for Spider to make his guess, and then just do the opposite. The one time you guess door, there won't be one. How's prep going? Yeah, preppy. It's getting there. I'm 4 minutes behind, almost 5 minutes, because transport station was a thing. I fell off twice. We don't mention it.
Don't move. It's okay.
What?
It's over now. Relax.
Ashley? What are you doing here?
Hanging out like couples do.
Begone, maggot face.
We're not.
You don't want me?
Yes, of course, but what happened?
This can't be my apartment. I left the drawer open. And the bathroom door. I love your maggots. That is a phrase I never thought I'd say. Alright, do you think the sheet's going to be nice? I don't. Alrighty, happy lurking. Happy chore doing. Be a piece of sheet like usual.
All right, let's find Omicron.
I'm not looking forward to teaching this. Because I just know if I try and explain how this sheet works, it's not going to let me in. Yeah. Whatever. Clip through a metal beam. What, the one I put my head through?
Where am I going? This isn't safe.
This isn't safe. You heard it here first. Solid ground is not safe. Maybe I should go back. No. Just crouch anytime, like right before you hit it. Simon's hitbox crouches almost immediately. Yeah, Spidey, you missed it earlier. I switched the comparison over to Sum of Worst, and I had red splits. I'm scared to look now. Okay, I'm ahead now. At one point, I was like a minute behind Sum of Worst. That shouldn't be possible.
Let's find that suit and get out.
Yeah, the feel-good splits were red. I don't trust this right now. I don't do the quick ascend up there. It's one of the things I never really bothered to use, and the box is usually either up the wrong way or I just can't be bothered. Nice textures. When I first started doing that with the sheep, after doing the out of bounds route, I used to be able to catch it after it fell out the door, but I've not been able to get that to work in a long time. It was so cool to clip back, catch the sheet, and then just have it immediately set up for the next clip. No, backup time. Come on, it's the redemption. Yup. That's a wall, Simon. Get out of the wall. There you go. I fear you might rush through your casual playthrough.
Everything is so basic, so
I'm okay with strat spoilers, just not story spoilers.
you need to find you a power suit. You
So
know,
I'm
some
going
people
to
always do this without
start the
any
casual
context
playthrough,
like Yamasoto.
You think
and
we'll
then
find
try
one
and
that
look
fits me?
through strats as they get found,
Kind of in a
but
suit
only up
already.
to the points
That's
where
been
I've played.
bothering me too. You know how you were
So
transported
my
from
streams are
Vancouver
basically going to be half
from then to
casual,
now?
and then
Glad for Gary.
trying to break the
Okay,
bit that I've just
so,
played.
do it again.
You want to send me to the future?
No, you idiot. I want to transfer
Yeah,
your
doing the
mind
backup strat there is a lot
But
faster than
look,
reloading.
we already know
It's
it can
just
be
incredibly
done.
risky.
Don't need to make it a big deal.
It is a big
I wouldn't
deal,
recommend
Cap.
it
It's a
unless you
huge
feel
fucking
confident
deal.
that you can get it
There's
done.
got to be something else that can take us down there.
The Dunbat Theta was the only vessel that could take that pressure.
Because
and
there's a
you
lot
saw
of
what
jumps
happened.
Then think of something else.
Simon,
and a lot of
please.
tiny little
You don't
ledges.
have to switch this instant. Just play along for now. If we find something else, then great. If not,
I'm not promising anything.
thank you, Simon. Have a look around the room. This is where they would keep the power suits, if there are any left.
Yeah, the problem is, as soon as you start looking through the game files, if you haven't completed your casual playthrough, you're gonna go and look at the map list, and then you know how long the game is.
I found one of the power suits. There's a dead woman inside. I think it's just like the body we found in the annex. She's missing her head.
Cool, I didn't phase the
This
box
could
through the
work in our
floor.
favor, though. Look for a terminal nearby. See if you can boot it up.
This is crazy.
Don't worry, it'll work.
Come on.
Make sure it's all bunched together with the structure gel connecting all the parts. All right, try activating the suit from the terminal again.
I can't believe we're doing this.
It will be fine.
Then why don't we put you in the suit? You go without me.
Well, Simon, activate the power suit already.
You'd really do it.
Boop. Didn't care. At some point I'm gonna have to take a box and just like slam her on the head with it. Half-Life 2 style.
We need to loop back the activity manifested by your current Cortex chip. That's everything. Sorry about any discomfort. This should be over soon.
It's like having
Please, Simon. Become a snake already.
Best camera in the world.
You know, Indians thought photos would steal their souls.
In this case, they'd be right.
Simon's just casually chucking boxes around and playing with the physics. It's like, Simon!
There must be something wrong.
Do a good Ross impression. I've never been one for doing impressions. It's just,
What was that?
his voice is literally just talking a bit hoarse.
Why was it still talking?
It's the same like before.
Catherine, why was he still talking?
That's how it works, you know that.
What do you mean?
No, it's not.
Just struggle to speak properly and you've pretty much got it.
Don't waste time, Simon. Activate the power suit already.
No. Is it possible to do any % no jumping? It is. You can do it in about an hour and 15 minutes. If there's anything you'd normally have to jump up, you can either just clip through the wall or use a prop to fly up. It's really not that difficult. It's a lot easier than the Amnesia runs. I actually did no jump % a few weeks ago.
Are we done here?
Yeah,
Activate the climber, please.
sure thing.
Which, if you give it a few minutes, I'm sure Nightbot will chime in with a link to my VODs channel where you can go and watch those runs. If not, it's in the YouTube section down below.
Some luck, right?
Add new category.
And I woke up in the right body.
We're not going to be adding like weird meme categories.
Experience my journey, the full journey. He wouldn't understand. How could he?
I
couldn't do it.
honestly, I think either Penumbra or Amnesia has a category extensions leaderboard.
Basically flipped a coin, and if I
I think
called
that
the wrong
that
side,
board
I'd
should really
running
be
away.
extended as a
I mean, there's nowhere to know, right?
like,
You didn't hit the
HPL Engine
wakes up in the
games
right body,
category
so
extensions, so you can have like the meme runs for Amnesia and
you would
Soma.
still claim to be the right Simon. Christ.
Like, the main leaderboards for each game should be for the
You
traditional
wouldn't mind,
categories.
why would you? How could you know that it's
Even
not
all
me?
Wildflowers is a
Me,
bit of
that
a
I am
meme
the same
category.
that I've always been.
It shouldn't really be on the main board. It's not like 100%
I
or
wanna
something.
think. Please.
I don't know what to say. I don't want to upset you.
I do want to do
Hey,
all
anything.
code, which I still need to look up a video for.
I used to climb
I'm
the
lazy.
stairs all the way to the top of the building. And I can still feel how I had to,
Damn
take
campers.
arms so I could push the heavy steel door open. Well, the first time that I dared go up there, I stepped out onto the roof and watched the smog rise and fall over Taipei. I got all the way up to the corner ledge, and I felt the warm wind in my hair, and
I should
the
really
sun
set up
setting, the
a.
streets
I wonder
below
how much you can do
shone
with the
by
YouTube
tall
API. Like whether I
buildings,
can put a button on the
people
Stream Deck
pushing
that'll
through
let me
paths
post my
flowed like
most
paint
recent
from an
video.
artist's brush. Street food vendors filled the air
Like
with
just whatever the
aromas
most
of all my
recently
favorite
public
foods.
video on my channel is.
For a brief moment, I felt
That'd be nice.
connected to the world in a way that I never had before. It was the most profound feeling of comfort.
Like
and sense
actually
of
query
belonging
for it rather than me having to update it every single stream.
I really never felt the same way again, but I went up to the roof
Because I can do it
many times
manually,
after.
but I'll
I'm
forget.
not religious, but I can see why people would
But
be.
like, go watch my most recent
The
video, and
privilege
it's
of
like a
being
video
against
from
a
3 weeks
smaller
ago.
case, at least every once in a while.
Do you still feel that sense of awe?
Actually, that's about right for my current
Things are
stream
different,
schedule.
but we're still here.
What's the point
Actually,
of
can
going
skip all
home?
the dialogue in the game.
Everyone's gone.
There has been
People still
interest
have
in a
copies
speedrun
trapped in
mod for the
computers
game,
at
which
bottom of
removes
the
all
sea.
of the cutscenes.
We'll never be able to rebuild or
I still need to have a
reclaim
proper
the
look
world.
Are you
into
really so unhappy
how
being
possible
where
that
you
is.
are, or is this about the man who went for a scan 100 years ago?
Both, I guess. When I was back in Toronto, even the worst case, the darkest
Okay.
futures I could predict, they at least included my previous life somehow. I feel so uprooted.
Go watch my most recent video, new Hitman PB.
There's
I don't
nothing
have a
here that
Hitman
I recognize,
PB.
Nothing that makes me feel like I belong. Even if we make it to the Ark, would it be any different? I'd still be alone.
I did have a Hitman PB. I've now deleted it because I don't want to run that game
Did you
anymore.
make new friends? I'm sure everyone would like to know the time traveler. If not, you still have.
Catherine? Kath? Hello, Catherine. What happened?
From 1 hour to 45 minutes. It might even be closer to half an
I
hour.
know it's not much, but why have we stopped moving?
The power blacked out for a moment. I think it could be the atmospheric pressure. It's pushing pretty hard, really testing the limits of my suit.
Don't worry, it should hold.
Comforting.
It will hold.
Does
We-
time freeze when you're not powered?
Time feels omitted more than anything.
What's the difference?
I don't feel like I'm being held back or hindered. And I don't have the opportunity to reflect on the time I'm missing. It's simply missing.
Sounds like sleeping without the dreaming.
Yes, but generally you anticipate when you're about to sleep, and there's a natural continuation since we tend to wake up where we went to sleep. My experience is more like an ever-changing moment that never really seems to find closure.
Sounds kind of like a movie being edited live.
I suppose so. I guess it sounds exciting, but it really.
What are you talking about? That is his head. You know, he's got his two red eyes and his weird, like,
It's rough.
drooling,
Could be
rusty
worse.
nose.
It could be a time traveler stuck in a body made from black goo.
That'd be the worst.
Oh, Ben.
You did it! You did it!
I did it.
I will make preparations.
Thick. And sit down. Oh, cut out.
Oh, good, you're back.
What happened?
Something dropped onto the cage. Knocks you right out.
It spoke to me.
I just love how Kath here is just like,
One of
glad it
Welles'
didn't.
creatures, it just stared at you for a moment, then threw itself down the abyss.
It said it would make preparations. I don't like the sound of that.
It was very strange. I thought it was going to kill you for sure. I'm glad it didn't.
Yeah, me too.
Do the hoverboard strat. It's been a long time since I've flown through this map,
On the ocean floor.
Good. Not
But
sure the climber could take it
I'm
much
gonna
longer.
need to do it for the tutorial,
Okay,
so
this is the Omega
Here we go.
I expect we'll have to do some walking before we reach town.
You haven't been here before?
Not in a way that'll help us.
Wait, the other you has been here. We're following his own footsteps, Kat.
When I had footsteps,
You could still be down here somewhere, technically.
don't remind me, freaks me out. Alright, let's head for town and find that art.
Yep. Why am I trying to pull the lever? I swear I know how to play this game. Please believe me, don't leave. Am I sure? I'm not so sure anymore. Down, Simon. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that anyone do the setup on the pipe with the quick ascend with this prop. Like, it's not worth it. You can just fly up. You have plenty of room to just go up the same way that you do in Curie Outside. And that's the prop doing a backflip. Well then. Sick boost. I'm still going. Prop. This is why one of the most important things to do is learn your way around the outdoor maps. Learn what your visual cues are, learn how big the maps are and what direction you need to go for particular things. So you can come back and do it again if you get lost, or preferably don't get lost. So even if you have to make like sweeping turns to get the height back without hitting any of the storm triggers, you want to still know that you can like just turn and go in the right direction again. Like always be aware of what direction you're going. Just gonna drop here. Go, I only fell off once. I'd call that a success. Lost in your own backyard. Hey, if it's big enough. Pretty sure I'd get lost in my garden if it was like pitch black midnight. With this prop, if you're quick, you can kind of like look up and see where you're going and then look down again without pulling it out from under you. Okay, I still hit the save. That's my one issue with the flight is that quite often you'll go over that safety save. And then if you miss the one in the ceiling here and then you miss the circle jump, you're all the way back at the climber again. And you don't want to go through that pain. Like, you already don't want to go back to the previous map at all, but it's better to go just outside than it is to go all the way back. How long is that map? Like 5 minutes? Don't look at my splits to determine that. I fell off at one point.
I've never been happier to be inside. Let's find the Ark.
Just go for it, lol. Damn, there's a dog barking outside.
You. You're.
Flip above the arc. I've already rotated the prop. I can't jump. Like, yeah, I know you can do this. I choose not to. I misclicked it. Then the box blocked it. I prefer the other clip. That's why I never did that one. Where was that quote even from? Invisible Sarah. I don't know where that quote was. It wasn't from this game, pretty sure. It might have been from San Francisco, like talking about the rack on top of the camper. Apart from that, I can't think of anywhere else I would have said that. Because the camper in San Francisco has like a surfboard and suitcase rack on the top. But I'm not 100% confident that it was from that game. Thank you, Simon. That was a very early drop, but oh well. Alright, Phi. What have you got for me? Yeah, I will finish this run, take a quick break, do a little bit of setup, and then I will do the tutorial. I think I've got everything prepared. I might have a sudden realization.
This has to be Phi, right? Hope the Ark made it here in one piece.
That was a clean get out. Book was kind of slow though. Power of science propels me. Yeah, Scary, how's it going? The tutorial will be after this run.
You won't have to. Not after this is over.
This was just an any % run to get warmed up again. But I'll be doing a proper like setup and running tutorial in just a bit.
As good as it's gonna get.
Okay, I'll activate the seat. You should be able to use the machines to load the bullet you assembled.
My original plan for the tutorial was to do everything offline, like get everything recorded in sections and edit it nicely together.
Don't know, I never tried this one.
But
Pilot sees
I
your
could never
inventory
find a
space
good way to get
used
started on that project, so I'm just gonna wing it and do it all in one, and if it's terrible, I'll replace it at some point. Hey, Omega. I'm good. How are you? I do still want to do the proper edited tutorial,
There we go.
but it's a lot of effort, and I just want to get something,
Okay, ready when
because
you are.
this game's actually seen a lot of attention recently, and I want to give people
We all
the
still need to make
updated
sure Mark
strats
is
as soon as
so
possible.
set them to a single switch. Just push the button and we're off.
Rather than saying like, oh, please hang around in the community, I'll eventually put something out for you. Just might as well just do it all in one.
I want you to know I appreciate
And
it.
tidy it up later. Oh, already? Hello and goodbye again.
Time, 20 seconds.
What's the matter with the upload?
Just give it a second.
Thought you guys would have better bandwidth in the future.
Ten seconds. 9, 8,
I'm gonna divide it into easy, hard, and insane strats.
6,
I'm gonna do the route I recommend, or like I'm gonna do the fastest strats first, kinda. Unless they're like insane, crazy strats that I wouldn't recommend to anyone that don't really save any time. And then I'll go through alternative strats, backup strats, and things like that.
I'm still here. Catherine?
Like, there's not much in this game in the way of like easy versus hard strats. There's a few hard but unavoidable skips that you have to
You're out
do.
there, among
The rest is
stars.
just,
We're
you
here.
can do it this way, or if this fails, you can do it
We were
this
getting
way.
on the Ark. I saw it. It finished loading just before it launched.
There's not much in the way of like branching paths for the speedrun.
Simon, I can't keep telling you how
There's a few different props that you can use.
You know why we're here.
Some people find some props easier than others.
Carry over. You lost the coin toss. We both did. Just like Simon at Omicron, just like the man who died in Toronto 100 years ago.
No. This is bullshit. We came all this way. We launched the Ark.
I know it sucks, but our copies are up there.
For the most part, most people running this are going to be using the same strats.
Be happy for them.
Are you crazy? We're gonna die down here with those fuckers living at large on a spaceship.
Yeah, those fuckers.
They're not us. They're not us.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Simon. I'm proud of what we did. We made sure that something of the hundreds of thousands of years of human history survives, that something lives on.
No. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck Catherine, you lied.
You can't clip because luck. That's kind of the good thing about doing it this way, is that I can say, like, here's a clip, and if it goes wrong, and it's something that can be rectified, I can do that.
Catherine?
Because the problem with doing an edited tutorial is there's a few things that can go wrong
Catherine?
to some players
Catherine?
that you might not think of when you're making an offline tutorial. And then you'll get questions in the comments saying, like, this thing happened to me. And it's like, oh shit, I never covered that. Like, everyone who's ever speedrun this game has probably ended up middle clicking by accident and got locked in prop rotation mode.
Did it work?
I don't think the old tutorial ever covered that. Yo, Shadow Draft, how's it going? I'm sorry. If you don't clip, you're fucked. I mean, that can be the case in some places. Just answer with reset. That's the solution to everything. If you don't do the run absolutely perfectly, just reset. Yeah, I will finish this run up. Take a few seconds break, and then I'll set everything up for doing the tutorial.
Catherine?
I have a desktop capture, which I can't really show right now because it literally just hides the things below me.
I'm so relieved.
Didn't cover how to fix being bad at the game.
Everything's all right now.
Play the game more. That's the solution to that one. Also reset. No, I wouldn't recommend to anyone like just starting out to ever reset their first runs unless they've actually soft locked. In which case, just load the previous save and keep trying. You'll eventually get through, and you'll have like a 20-minute time save in one split, and then it feels great. Yo, Cal, how's it going? The most important strat of the game, getting behind Munchie. I will mention it. I will try it one time, and if it doesn't work, then I will just continue. I'm not going to stand there and just keep flinging myself at Munchie. If you don't know how to do the clip, just play casually. You can still get a pretty decent time just doing the casual route. Like, look at no major glitches. There's only a half-hour difference. Like, if you did a no major glitches run with one clip in it and submitted it as any %, that's still a damn good run. Yeah, I don't get it with Omicron. Like, everyone else seems to really aggro the robot girl, but it never seems to happen when I get there. Like, some people, she aggroes really easily and she'll like follow you to the corner, and then other people, she just doesn't care at all. Like, she'll de-aggro like halfway to the corner. I don't know if it's like whether people are running around the opposite side of her or what, but some people like aggro her more than others. Anyway, I will be back in just a sec, and then I will get things going. All right. All right, Shadow Draft. Well, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the good luck. I can start closing things down. Like I want to go through a full setup with this one. So, split, save splits, because that's going to make my sum of worst even worse, which is going to make me much more happy running against it. Open layout, default. Eventually, if live split will actually respond. There we go. Beautiful. Close splits. There we go. There's a beautiful timer. And I'm going to get rid of that section. Switch to the desktop view. This is a new one. And is everything else in order? Do I have... I just need to make sure I've got everything set up, actually. Yeah, so I'm going to show like installing it through Steam. And I have a not Soma folder, which is actually Soma, believe it or not. So I'll be patching that in. First up, I just need to hide, like, I need to get rid of one folder. Call Soma 2. Show hidden items. Sneaky folder. Well, it's just so I can show the game not being installed in Steam, and then install it, and it'll just magically be installed. So, right. I guess away we go. Eventually. Right. Hello, and welcome to... Mouse is in the way. An updated tutorial for Soma. The last time a tutorial was really made for this game was 2015, so things have changed, believe it or not, since then. This will cover running on any version of the game, although I would recommend if you want to do the most advanced strats for this game, or the fastest route, you pick the game up on Steam, because Frictional Games, the developer of Soma, were nice enough to put a version of the game up on Steam which is compatible. Like it's the first version they ever released, so all of the strats work. Nothing's been patched out. I'll be showing how to install that particular version through Steam. If you have other versions, like you've bought the game on Epic Game Store, or you've bought it through GOG at some point, and you don't have a 1.0 installer for that version, I would recommend waiting around for a Steam sale if you need to get that extra time save. But if you just want to get started with it, any version will work. If you're running on console, if you're running on PC, doesn't matter. Like, if you have a version of the game, you can run this. There's just going to be a few things that you can't do. But I would recommend before you get started to head over to the speedrun.com/soma/resources. Like I'll put everything in the description so you can get everything that you need. And I would recommend downloading the live split helper and the blank splits. It's just a split for each map in the game. And when you've downloaded that, you will end up with, wherever I put it, these two. So you're going to end up with the live split helper, which I'm just going to extract here, and the splits, which I'm also going to extract here. And that'll give you any percent and any percent glitchless. You don't actually need the glitchless splits. I'm just going to get rid of those. It's not even glitchless anymore. It's no major glitches. So this is already out of date. No. The splits are identical. Like the split names are perfectly the same. You just, whatever category you're playing as. The live split helper is just because as this game streams in levels, like your level will transition into another one without an actual loading screen. We need to just have a little helper mod that removes the loading times. But if I fire up Steam, might look familiar to some people. So if you've got Soma on Steam, great. This next section will apply to you. If you don't, either wait around for a sale. Like Frictional usually put this game on sale for like $2.99 very frequently. If not, just whatever version you've got, if it's on Epic Game Store or whatever, just keep in mind where you have that game installed. The mod will work fine. Most of the strats will work fine. You're good to go. But if you do have it on Steam, you're going to want to right-click Properties and go to the Betas section. And as I said, Frictional have been nice enough to enable a speedrun branch that you're going to want to opt into. And you'll see next to Soma in your list now, it'll say speedrun branch. With that, you're going to want to, if I just sneakily move a folder around so I don't actually have to install this, you're going to want to install the game, install to wherever you want your Steam games. It doesn't really matter. Like this game doesn't require being installed in a particular folder. I just use my larger drive. And I'm going to install that. And because I've just renamed a folder, it's not going to have to download all the files. So this should be a little bit faster. While I wait for this, though, this is going to cover all of the strats at the time that this tutorial was made, including any backups and alternate routes. If anything has been found since the recording of this, do check the description because I will put updated videos for all of those sections. Like, just in case. Like, it's unlikely at this point. The game's been out for 5 minutes and no one's found anything in the past, like, 2 years. Did I say the game's been out for 5 minutes? I meant 5 years. I'm forgetting my words. But this game's like 16 to 19 gig to download. So even though I've technically already installed this, it's going to take a little bit of time. You can fix that in post. Also, I do have Twitch chat joining me because I'm doing this live. Guys, don't be scared to send messages. Like, I am having a discussion as well. But this is going to go on YouTube for anyone else to see this in post. But while I'm recording it, feel free to engage. Yeah, dudes, how's it going? I'm afraid chat's not on screen, so your messages are kind of lost, but I'll say hello to YouTube for you. I was not expecting this to take this long. Bear with me. This is just downloading to the, not even downloading, it's just installing everything to the Soma folder. So I'm going to pop that over there, pop that there. And just wait around for a little while. I can always trim this section down. Yeah, so anyone in Twitch chat, though, do let me know if there's anything that you think I should cover or anything that I've missed. And if I still can, I will try and go back over it. If I've moved on to the next map, then it's going to be kind of tricky to go back again. And eventually, we'll have a game installed. Any different keybinds? None at all. I'll cover that again. Like this section here, while I'm waiting for the progress bar, I'll just snip out. But no, the keybinds are all standard. We don't use scroll for jump. Because scroll you're already using to pull props in and out. Rack up that sweet ad revenue. I mean, this tutorial's already going to be like 2-3 hours long. Remind me in future if I ever do this. Install this to an SSD. Just cluster it with ads. No. I don't do them ads. Isn't this exciting? Raid Shadow Legends. So I need ad money. Yeah, if you want to clip in this game, you need to have Raid Shadow Legends installed and running in the background. It's the pro strat. It makes them 10 times more consistent. I should have tested this beforehand to see how long this took to install. Hashtag raid. Is this a part of the run? Yeah, this is timed. Timing starts whenever you feel like it and ends similarly. One of the games in the background is the next thing you're going to play. Ooh, what might that be? Would it be Black Mesa? Would it be... I would recommend Bulletstorm. It was one of those like weird cult games that people either really liked or really hated. I think it was amazing. Oh, Bioshock 2. It's been a long time since I've played the Bioshock games, and I still haven't played Infinite. I need to. It's segue into NordVPN. Keep in mind, this section is still staying on Twitch and on my VOZ channel. I really didn't think this part through, did I? Like 2 RPM. No, it's a 7200. It's just old, and it is checking like 19 gigs of data. I should show you the backup of the install fails. Oh dear. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed the first 2 Bioshock games. Just watch. This is going to get to the end and then say all of the files failed to verify, and it's going to have to re-download them, and I'll have to do this another night. I would not be surprised. It's not that it never took my fancy. I just, when it came out, I was a poor student that didn't have the money to go and buy it, and I forgot about it. I can check it out at some point. Like, it's not that I didn't want to. I just kind of forgot. Did I uninstall the game, or did I set up a VM for this part? This is all my desktop. I play with a copy on my C drive, like the old GOG version 1.0, whereas I've got the Steam version separately just for doing this tutorial. Really didn't think it would take this long, though. I do apologize. I mean, I'd recommend the Steam version anyway, because now that they've added the speedrun branch, you can just re-download it at any point. You don't have to worry about losing your GOG installer. And again, you can usually pick it up in the sales for like $2. It's worth it. Even if you're buying a second copy, just get it. Finishing this off in the early hours of Tuesday. Hey, I'll be just in time to watch Ben get his beard shaved. Allocating disk space. Come on. Why is it allocating disk space? I've already got the files. They're there. It's making room for data that's right there. Already in the right place. Don't tell me this is going to take as long. The magic of television. That's for the YouTube edit. Yeah, while we wait, that's the thing. Go do that. Actually, no, over there. Alright, this one seems to be a bit faster, though. Installing tutorial. Oh god. I just realized that Steam is still taunting me. Steam 100%. The quickest route would be to just buy everything if you had the money. If you don't have the money and you still want to get into that category, just train really hard and get hired by Valve. If you're a Valve employee, you get a Steam account with all of the games. So submit that job application right now. The rules state you can't spend money. Okay, so the only way to finish that run is to get hired by Valve. Is using key sites illegal? You just walk into an interview at Valve and just like you just blurt out a random string of characters and it's like, you're hired. Like getting cards and selling them on the market. Who's triggered? You know only tits rigger. Come on. I have Dirt 1 and 2 on Steam. Yeah, I've had them for a long time. I might even have bought them at launch, or close to. I've got Dirt 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. You're mad. Hey, I bought them before it got taken down. That's the strat. Gonna get 5? Probably not. I didn't really enjoy 4. Might pick it up when it goes like super cheap in a few years' time. But I don't know. 4 never held my interest for very long. So I'll have to see what 5 is like first. See a certain game behind me? Yeah, I pointed it out. Five's nothing like 4. Like, is it actually out now, or is it still to come? I've seen a lot of channels on YouTube that have been playing racing games like super early recently. Oh, it's suddenly doing the thing quickly. Okay, and after you've waited a long time for it to install, because this game is pretty hefty, you will be left with a folder, which still seems to be downloading for some reason. Has Steam actually finished? I'll give it a few more seconds to finish off, but you'll be left with. Oh, it actually failed to verify, even though I already had the files. Awesome. GG Steam. Actually, no, it seems like it's moved it out of the folder and then moved it back in again. You're validating. Please. Steam is pretending to do work. There we go. Okay, now when Steam has finished installing your game, it will show up with Speedrun Branch next to it if you've followed the steps before. And you can get to the install folder, either just remember where you installed it, so your Steam, Steam Apps, Common, Soma folder, or if you can't find that, just right-click, Manage, Browse Local Files, and that will take you to the same folder. And in here, we're going to be setting up 2 profiles, because in order to learn this game the best, you're going to want to mess around with the debug settings. That allows you to set quick saves, slow down time, speed up time if you want to get through cutscenes quicker, show the physics, like display in wireframe and in geometry mode, as well as turn off all of the shadows so you can see exactly where you're going, because this game gets pretty dark. So we're going to be setting up 2 profiles, one for us to do runs with, and then another one to like just mess around with debugs. And you want to keep those separate. You don't want to be using debug in runs, because a lot of the keys on the keyboard get bound to different functions, and you don't want to hit one of those by accident mid-run. It will invalidate the run. Like all sorts of debug functions, like opening and closing doors to test animations. You do not want to do what I did. I had a run that got to like maybe 3/4 of the way through. I accidentally hit the 3 key instead of W, and all the doors in the level just started like slamming in and out. That was not fun. So if you're playing with the Steam version, I would recommend using the Soma No Steam exe that gets created. If you're not playing with the Steam version, this executable will just be called soma.exe. Like this one just has the Steam libraries installed, so it registers your playtime in Steam. But I would recommend using this one just so you can properly do profile manipulation. So I'm going to make a shortcut to Soma No Steam. So I'm just going to wherever create shortcut is. And I'm just going to call this one debug. And I'm going to edit the properties for this one. And where it says soma no steam.exe, I'm just going to, at the end, like wrap this in quotes. And then right at the end, I'm going to say dash user. And I'm going to call this one debug. And apply. And click OK. And so by launching this one, it will start me in debug. And to make sure that this is working, I'm actually going to open up the documents, my games, and this folder will currently be empty. Or you might have other folders in there, but if you haven't played Soma before, you won't have a Soma folder in here. And I'm just going to start up debug. This might not capture on the, maybe. Display capture working. This is going to be incredibly loud because it's the first time launching the game. Different maps bind the number keys to different debug functions. Skip the climber. That. Oh my god, that's loud. I apologize to anyone's eardrums. You're going to want to make sure that you take your gamma slider and move that all the way up. You're not going to be able to tell a difference on stream because OBS doesn't pick this up. But I'm just going to set that up that way. And give me one sec while I turn the audio down a little bit. That's at 100%. That should be at 5. That should be better. So with that one, I'm just going to go through and set this up the way that I usually do. I'm going to turn hints off. Distortion effects you definitely want to turn off. They make it very difficult to see. Color separation you want to turn off. And simple interaction icons, just turn all of those off. Language doesn't matter. Use whichever language you prefer. It doesn't make a difference to the run. Controls, we don't rebind any controls in this game. Video, display, just I'm going to set this up for what I tend to use. Anti-aliasing, use what you want. Refresh rate, 24? No. So set that up how you want. That's going to change that for a sec. Post effect, turn everything off. Turn depth of field to low. Rendering, texture quality, have that as high as you want. Texture filtering, have that as high as you want. Shadow quality, again, as high as you want. It really doesn't make much of a difference. Reflection and refraction, up to you. If your GPU will support these don't make a difference to how the run behaves. Like the shadow quality used to be a huge thing in Amnesia. You used to have to turn the shadows down to make everything visible. Not an issue in Soma. The game is a lot brighter, a lot more easy to see. So that's okay. And the gamma, as I said, just make sure that the gamma is as high as possible. Audio, have subtitles if you want, doesn't make a difference. And that's this profile now set up and ready to go. Ish. There's one more thing that I'm going to be doing in just a sec. But if I close out of the game now, and the screen blanks again. Now in my games, I have a Soma folder with a main and a debug folder. You need to have a debug folder, a debug user keys, and a debug user settings file. If you don't have these, make sure you set this shortcut up correctly, because these settings are specific to that shortcut. I am going to copy these, and I'm going to rename these to runs. Runs user keys. Get rid of the copy text on the end. So now we have a runs profile as well. So I'm going to copy this shortcut, rename it to runs. I should really name those better so they're not all over the place. Soma debug and Soma runs. And then the runs profile, I'm going to edit this one to say user runs. Whatever name you type here has to match the folder and the file names that you've created in your My Games folder. And the reason I copied and pasted these here is because I've just set the game up. I don't want to have to go and do that again. And with that, you now have two separate files with two separate folders, and you can do whatever you want with them independently. So in debug user settings, I'm just going to open this one up, and you're going to want to find, thank you for updating Visual Studio Code. You're going to want to find line 8 that starts with left bracket main, and you're going to want to find debug mode and turn that to true. And then at the top, you're going to want to find the debug line, and just make sure in this, at the very end of the line, you have allow quick save also set to true. And again, you want to do this in the, can't really see the top of my screen there. You want to do this in the debug user settings file. So we're completely leaving runs alone and just like modifying debug. And the one last thing to do to get the game set up is to go back to the folder that you downloaded everything from earlier, which is this one. And the LiveSplit helper that you downloaded, just take the LiveSplit helper folder and drag it into your Soma folder that you just made, or from Steam. So Steam Apps, Common, Soma, LiveSplit helper. And now for both of your shortcuts, so for both debug and for runs, you're going to want to, after the -user debug, just do -mod LiveSplit helper / I think it's just entry.hpc. Yeah. So LiveSplit helper / entry.hpc, and I'll put the text versions of these in the description for anyone, because trying to read it off the screen is kind of tricky sometimes. I'm going to copy and paste that into the other one. So they both have the user flag set and then the mod flag set. And then last of all, I'm going to rename main to main with add-ons. Because if you run this game with any mods installed, it will use a separate file. Usually for if you're downloading like custom stories and things, but technically the LiveSplit helper counts as a mod as well. So the game will read from here if you try and load it with a mod. Now, in order to test this, I'm going to launch the runs version. So just running with that shortcut. Give it a few seconds to start up. All of your settings that you've applied should be intact. And if so, if you get to the main menu and you press F1, interesting. Did I start the right one? I started runs. Did I? That's a great tutorial. Well, this is how you learn. Make sure that your runs shortcut goes to the runs profile. Make sure that your debug one goes to the debug profile. If you run runs and press F1 at the main menu, you should not get a debug menu. If you run debug and press F1, you should. Right, so F1 does nothing. That is good. That's the shortcut that you want to use whenever you're running the game. The debug shortcut is the one you want to use whenever you're practicing. So this one should give us the debug menu if I press F1. There we go. So with those two set up, we're ready to get started on setting LiveSplit up. I know most people coming into this game have probably used LiveSplit and splits in other things, but just in case you're completely new to LiveSplit, you want to download a copy of that from livesplit.org. So livesplit.org, go to the download section and just download the latest version of LiveSplit. That'll download as a zip. You can extract that wherever you want. In my case, I've got it in my games folder, and you just run LiveSplit. And upon running LiveSplit, you will get a window that probably just looks like this. And in order to get started with this one, you just right-click, open splits from file, and find the file that you downloaded earlier. So in this case, the any%.lss file that you downloaded, which was in the splits zip file. That's loaded up my layout, which I didn't want to happen. By default, it'll just look like this. And if you go to right-click this now and go to Edit Splits, you'll get this menu open, and you'll get a message at the top that says that auto-splitting is available. This button will say Activate next to it, unless you've already gone through this, in which case it'll say Deactivate. You just want to make sure that you activate that. And if all has worked, you should be able to start a new game and the timer will automatically start for you. This default layout compares against, I think it's just the current comparison. If I edit this one and edit the timer for it, yeah, so current timing method is what the default layout compares against. You can also change that by right-click, compare against, and set it to your personal best and use game time. Because the leaderboards are organized by game time, you're going to want to make sure that you are showing that so that the timer will automatically pause whenever you hit a loading screen. Just to make sure that is the wrong shortcut. That's my usual shortcut that I launched the game with. This is going so well. This is definitely going to need some editing down. That's going to mess with things. That's the one I meant to use. Why do I still have that open? Only 6 minutes into the video. All right, so to make sure that that works, I'm going to load up with debug. In this case, the LiveSplit seems to be hanging out on the top, which is good actually because I don't have a separate capture set up for it right now. But if you set it up to compare against game time, you've added the -mod flags in the shortcuts that you're launching the game with, and you've activated the splitter, as well as putting the mod itself into the game. If you start a new game now, after the initial cutscene, you should see the timer start for a brief moment, stop, and then start again. If that happens, you're good to go and we're good to start learning. If not, leave a comment in this video or go find me through the Discord and I'll help you out. I'm just going to zip through this to make sure that this works.
Oh, that's nothing. It's just my brain.
Here, take this.
No, that's.
So when this cutscene ends, you'll see the timer start and stop. There we go.
Ashley,
And it starts again.
Simon, please don't make this weird.
So if you got that working,
Not like that.
you're good.
Why now?
God, the phone's buzzing like 10 times. Right, reset those splits. I'm not actually going to be using LiveSplit for the rest of this, but just know that that is how to get the game set up with LiveSplit. not going to save anything there. That scared the shit out of you. I'm going to need to do a little bit of tweaking with OBS just to get it to pick up, because I usually use Soma.exe, not the no Steam one. But unless I've missed anything, I think I'm ready to move on. Sorry about that. Have I missed anything in setup? This is another bit that I'll just edit out. Isn't this so professional? You can tell I don't usually do tutorial stuff. Wait to see if Spider like calls me out for forgetting something. Maybe. Never. Is that you'd never call me out, or I've never forget something? Yes. Thank you. I'm just going to go in here and very quickly delete that folder and those folders, because those came over from the wrong profile that I just launched. I think I'm good to move on though. Right. I need to update my game to actually find the right thing. That'll do. Alright, so launching the game through the debug screen, or through the debug shortcut, we're going to be messing around with a few things. The debug shortcut you can access at any time by pressing the F1 key. I understand that my webcam's actually in front of that, so I will have to move that, I think. That's something I did not think about. Damn. Give me just a second, I will move this. So professional. All right, that's a bit better. Now I'm facing the wrong way. So the debug menu has a lot of stuff that you're going to want to get acquainted with, which we'll go through throughout this tutorial. Some of the things you definitely do want to have turned on while you're practicing is show map info. This is going to show you a little bit about what's going on in the map, as well as whether you've hit particular triggers, which are going to be important later on, because we're going to want to make sure that we take props from one level into another. And by having the map information displayed, we can tell that we've guaranteed that we've hit that particular point, and we can be safe knowing that we're going to take that prop with us. Other things that you're going to want to make sure that you change: uncheck reload from current position. You're going to want to make sure that you turn on. I keep scrolling down. This menu likes to be interacted with while you're interacting with this. You're going to make sure you show player collider, always teleport player to camera, and that is it for everything that you want to like make sure that you get set up first off. I would not recommend it. It's very tempting to play with God mode turned on. I would not recommend it. There are a few places where you'll end up soft locking in practice because the game tries to injure you and can't. But with that, like with those settings, we are good to get started. So timing starts. If you're using the auto splitter, timing starts when it starts. If not, it's when the brain icon appears in the bottom right corner when Ashley says like for what. And let's go. So a few keys that you want to mess around with debug is the F3 key. Allows you to toggle fast motion. So if you want to just skip through a cutscene, just press F3. It'll like chipmunk voice its way through it, and then you can stop it again. Because in practice, you don't want to be sitting through the same cutscenes over and over again.
For later.
It's green.
All right, waking up in the apartment.
Actually, I need to tell you something.
First thing you want to do,
Simon,
Yeah,
please
I'm
do.
up.
immediately start pulling your camera down so you can pick up the phone. The audio is overlapping right now.
I remember.
David,
That's another issue that you can get with speeding up. Oh my god, it's stuck up.
for what?
It'll help me capture a better image of the damages.
Don't worry, I got it somewhere.
Okay, great.
Oh my god, this is a train wreck.
Okay, see you soon.
Alright, but essentially, as soon as you wake up, you want to be pulling your camera down to the left and you want to click on the phone as quickly as possible. After the phone call ends, we want to find the tracer fluid, which is hidden somewhere in the apartment. It can be in one of 3 places, and it will always be in the 3rd place that you look in.
Tracer fluid.
So we want to look in those places in the quickest order to get to, and then have the most time as possible getting back to the door afterwards, because we're going to have to go through an animation of like opening it and drinking it, so it's best to eat up that time with the longest stretch. So from standing up, you want to sprint over to the right, pull open this drawer.
Come on.
You only have to pull it
grab
open
the
as far
tracer
and like
fluid. Where are you?
as far as to like have it make a squeaking sound. Turn around, jump over the coffee table, pull open this door until it squeaks, and then it will always end up spawning in this top drawer then. So you want to grab that, spam click, and run your way to the door and just keep spam clicking. And the map will
It's like
change.
Milk, but the taste, it's like sucking on a penny.
And that takes us through to Subway, which is definitely the hardest map in the run. It isn't. Just sit here, enjoy the ride, and as soon as you hear the phone start buzzing, just start spamming right click. And as soon as you see the phone appear in your hand, just stop clicking and enjoy the ride again. During this next map transition, you want to be holding Shift and W. You want to be sprinting forward, because while the map is fading in, it does give us control. And by doing this, we can run across the room. So you hear the creak, and you'll end up, once you can see, you'll be looking at this piece of drywall.
Hello?
Just look down and to the
Dr.
right, and there'll be a
Munchie?
keypad here. You spawn over by this door, so you just save a bit of time by running over while the map's fading in. The password for this never changes. It's always 2501.
Where is everyone?
And then just push your way through this door.
Amazing.
Open this door and run straight towards Munchie. There is a strat that you can do here which can save half a second. If you jump into the top of the door frame and then like try and pull your mouse constantly to the right, you can get behind him. It's very rare,
Oh,
and I
hi.
would not recommend going
Hey,
for it.
Goodman.
And it didn't
Simon
work. I
Jarrett,
didn't
right?
quite pull
Dr.
far
Munchie?
enough.
Well, it's just
But
missed
it's kind of funny to see
but I'm
you can
working
get
on it.
behind Dr.
Actually
Munchie
helping
here.
me right now.
Is this part of your thesis work?
Yeah, it's a study I'm doing with my colleague Paul Berg.
The
We
text
hope
in the
to
top
design a
left
gentle
is
way to
kind of
work
going
with
crazy
brain
right now.
reconstruction to help people like you. Oh, did you take the tracer fluid?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Great. Well, we can start whenever you're ready.
And just run forward when he's finished talking. Be careful to like arc around him. Don't run forward while spam clicking, because you'll start another conversation with him, which just wastes time. You want to just sort of like turn around him and then click on the chair, showing all of his blend shapes. Animations stand at computer.
All right. Let me just get this out
Hell
of
yeah.
the way. You are Simon Jarrett, correct?
Right.
Toronto, Canada. Munchie.
Yeah, so the introduction to this run, like the first few maps, are kind of short and sweet, very simple. But all of that is going to change in the next map.
It's just a scan. It'll hurt about as much as getting.
It's kind of weird. I'm looking in that direction. I'm usually looking into the game feed. To sort of turn around like that.
Let's hope they're wrong. Ready? Say cheese.
And so if you're... This is somewhere where the 1.0 version of the game will differ a little bit from all other versions. If you're playing on the original version or the speedrun branch from Steam, you want to be holding Shift and W again to stand up a little bit early here.
What happened?
So you'll see that Simon's about to stand up through this visor. Any other version of the game and you have to wait for this visor to come up before you can stand up. It doesn't save much time, but
Mr. Munchie?
every little helps. Once you're in this room, you are going to want to run over, pull this lever down, and then use this vent cover here to smash through this window. You want to be mindful of where you stand to pick this up, because we're going to be using this to clip with. Prop clipping allows us to sort of clip through different surfaces and doors and basically just ignore walls. So my typical lineup for this one, I will stand like on the end of this vent, roughly in the middle of the window. So you'll come over, you'll pull this down, run towards the middle of the window, look down and just grab this from the middle. Turn around, just kind of rub it side to side against the window and then jump on through. Take a right, and then we're going to be taking a right again. While you're running down this straight stretch, just tap R one time to bring the prop into you. Don't hold it for too long, because if you move the mouse, you start turning the prop around. But you just want to be able to pull this inside your hitbox. So if you look down, you can see that it's quite clearly clipping inside where I would be. This is important, because you're going to want to come over to this chain link fence. Either turn so that you are inside the vent, like this, or go in backwards. Either way, you want to squeeze yourself between the wall and the prop that you're holding. And then in order to clip with the prop, you literally just drop it and then immediately re-grab it. And you'll pop through. The game basically has two different states that a prop can be in. I will demonstrate with this wet floor sign. So normally when you pick up a prop that's in front of you, you can pull it around, you can freely rotate and basically just do whatever you want, inspect this item, you can pull it way down inside you. But if a prop is already inside your hitbox and you go and pick it up again, you cannot pull it back inside your hitbox. It will always collide with you. And it's that condition of a prop being inside you and then you re-grabbing it. You'll see that it like pushed me to the side, even though I wasn't holding any input keys. So if I just drop this and re-grab it, you see I got pushed to the left and the prop got pushed to the right. Clipping in this game is basically just picking up props, pulling them inside your hitbox, and just you can do this roughly by eye, just making sure that whatever is to the side of you, like whichever side you want to go, you have the prop held just a little bit to the opposite side of you. Like this prop is being held a little bit to my right, so it will clip me to the left. If I was holding this prop a little bit to my left instead, I would go to the right. I was obviously not holding it quite enough to the left, but there you go. That's a better example. And all you're doing is just lining yourself up with a prop inside your hitbox, re-grabbing that prop, and it puts you the other side of most thin sections. Some props are a bit finicky, that one's a bit weird. Once you're through here, you want to run over to this fire extinguisher. You're going to learn to hate fire extinguishers because they are round and very awkward to clip with. Rotation of the prop is important when clipping. Depends on the prop. Most of the time you just want most of the prop's weight to be inside your hitbox, but a little bit off to the side. Like I can do this way, I can do it, like, it doesn't have to be flat, it'll just work. If I've got this prop, like this one, if I've got it square on, I can clip going backwards, or sideways apparently. I clip that going backwards. If I was to regrab that one and try and do it like 45 degrees on, the only way this is going to make things a bit more difficult is because now if you look at the left-hand side of this and the right-hand side, which is unfortunately hidden by the menu here, there's a lot of gap here and a lot of gap down here where your hitbox can kind of like get pushed sideways rather than backwards. So it's better to use props flat against whichever wall you're trying to clip through. But it's not super, super important. Like, that would still clip me, given that there was not enough room to squeeze me off to the side. But ideally, you would use this prop like flat against whatever surface you're trying to clip through, and strafing will help as well. But trying to clip through a wall while looking at an angle is just going to push you along that. So try and be mindful of like which angles you're holding props at. And you know, the straighter it is to the wall, the better you're going to get on with a prop. That's particularly important with fire extinguishers because they are so finicky. You want to get this really flat against the wall. You can just pick this fire extinguisher up and go and try and clip through this door, but it's better to try and have some kind of setup for it. My setup while I'm running over here, so I've just clipped through this. I'm running over here and I'm looking for this tile on the ground, like this area here. You want to sort of try and stop roughly where that is and pick the fire extinguisher up right from the middle of the top of the dome. It can be kind of tricky to get used to that while you're running over. You just want to kind of like stop, grab it from the top, and pull it out of its container. And then while you're running over to this, while you're running straight and not like trying to turn around corners, just tap R one time to bring it inside you. And then this one, looking straight at the wall means that the fire extinguisher is actually slightly tilted with this one, like with that particular setup. So I tend to look slightly away from the wall, like maybe that far, but looking down to make sure that the fire extinguisher has been pulled inside me. It looks kind of weird because the fire extinguisher is still quite vertical, but this will still work. You can, if you're not too comfortable, you can hold R and just like pull the fire extinguisher up a little bit and then clip through like that. With the debug tools, the F7 key will put you into free cam that you can move around. It makes a lot of things a lot easier. If this fire extinguisher doesn't work and you've dropped it on the floor or whatever, you can either go the slow route and just go and like put it back in its holder, or try to put it back in its holder, and then you can do the same setup again. Or if you don't want to go and run all the way back, you can try and catch it in the air from the top of its dome. So I'm trying to catch it in that same like middle of the dome, and just get used to using the rotate function. Like, get used to putting the prop in a position where you think you'll be able to clip with. So this is a little center, a little bit to my right. I should be perfectly fine clipping with that. The more you do prop clips in this game and the more different props that you use, the more you get used to seeing like how the prop is on your screen and how that's going to react when you try and clip with it. But it's just something that you get used to with practice. After a while, you do just you can pick up any prop, pull it inside you, and you'll know like, okay, that's going to give me a good clip. That's not going to give me a good clip. But once you get through that door, just run down this hallway, head up here, turn right, and interact with this flower as quickly as you can. This is where we're going to get a bit of a divergence between version 1.0 and all other current versions of the game, in that this vent on the very first version of the game was not solid. So I'm going to open this vent, climb in, and then immediately hold S and climb back out. And then I'm going to go and stand in this corner and start the next map out of bounds. I will do that second, but first off I'm going to do the map inbounds so that you can see how to do this on any version of the game. So I'm just going to press this and start holding Shift and W, Once you're in, just crawl your way through the vent. The map will change. I'm just going to speed this up. I forgot to make a quick save. Okay, so once you're through the vent, you just want to either grab this chair. If you want to use the chair clip method, you can put the chair face first into the wall, run inside it, and clip and try and clip through that way. That's going to be a little quicker. If you can't get that, you can use a lean swipe, which is standing against a wall, leaning against it, like pulling your camera back, and then moving your camera through the wall, like in an arcing motion. If you do that here while looking down, if you watch my cursor, you'll see it turns to a hand. And right when it's a hand, I can click on that button and the door opens. Because normally you're not supposed to be able to open this door until you've gone through a lengthy cutscene. But you can just like lean the camera and swipe through and press this button on the other side. But I am going to load the save because I forgot to make a quick save. So that's one way of getting through that door. The other way is to go through out of bounds and then get to the other side of the door. When the game eventually loads. Okay. So if you do have the 1.0 version, like you have used the speedrun branch on Steam, or you have an older version of GOG version of the game, you want to press this, click on here, and then just hold S. You can see what keys I'm pressing down below. Back out and head just to the left into this corner and sprint forwards. And that'll pop you out of bounds onto this invisible floor. Don't run too close to this vent, because if you stand in this like first section up to the edge of this, it'll put you in a permanent crouch. So I'm going to make a quick save. I'm just going to walk forwards. And now you'll see I can't jump because I'm in vent mode. So don't walk too close to that vent. Instead, you just want to run forward, and there's two ways of getting on top of this vent. The quicker way is to jump on top of this yellow box here, or this cylinder thing, turn around, and then jump up on top of this box, turn around again, and you're up on top of the vent. There is a small hole in the middle of this. If I turn on physics debug, that is ludicrously bright. Hopefully you can make out that there's a few like cylinder shapes in each corner, and there's a hole in the middle that you can drop down. Like, my god, that is bright. You're gonna need sunglasses for this. That might work better with... No, that does not work better with overlay. Okay, just be aware that in the middle of this hole, there's quite a large hole, but you can jump over it. If you're not too safe, if you're not too keen on that, you can just run along the top of the vent. But anyway, yeah, jump up on that, jump up on top of the box, and then just like head diagonally towards this green light. If you're struggling to get that particular jump to work, so from the start here, you can run past that, run past this red light, and come around to these three sections here. And you can just like jump on top of this, jump up here, run up on top of the green light, and jump once to get on top of this roof. This is the door that we just skipped with the, what do we call it, the lean swipe. And from here, you just want to run down off the section, off this side, like run so that you drop onto the invisible barrier that is above this, and then just like strafe off to drop back down and push the button. So those two routes now converge again, and we want to get upstairs to the comm center, and the quickest way to do that is with a prop hover. So you want to grab this chair, set it down, jump on top, and now prop hovers are basically the same thing as a prop clip, except rather than holding a prop for a while and then re-grabbing it once, we're going to stand on top of something, grab it, release, and then immediately re-grab again, so that the game trying to force us in the proper part is going to force us to be on top of the prop. And now, as long as I look down, I can just jump. I'm not going to fall down because there's a prop underneath me, and the prop's not going to fall down because I'm holding it. And you can just like keep tapping F9 to get up here. You can crouch to go back down again. Keep tapping F9. You can keep tapping space to jump. I was thinking of pressing F9. So once you've got this hover set up, there's two ways you can get the height here. You can either go the slow and safe way of just keep pressing space. I wouldn't recommend spamming the space bar because Simon doesn't jump very high. You just want to wait a little bit and then jump each time. This is a pretty slow way of going up, but it's the safest way. And once you can see the rooms in front of you, you've got pretty much enough height. You just want to look slightly forward, not too much, otherwise you'll drop off, and then just sprint forwards. And as soon as you make it to this circle in the roof, just crouch, and down you go, and you'll be in the comm center. If you want to do the quicker route for this, there is a quick ascend, which is basically allowing the game to, you jump one time and you just keep going up. So for that one, stand on top of the prop, double click and hold, jump one time, scroll down once towards you, and then hold W and space at the same time. And you'll just keep going up. Once you've got the right height, just let go. Scroll 2 steps up, you'll start going down slightly, and then just do the same thing of looking slightly forward and sprinting, and then crouch. Either way will get you there. If you're doing the quick ascend, you do not want to you don't want to sprint forwards, and you don't want to jump too many times, otherwise you'll go over the back of the chair and you'll just fall down. But have a practice with those and try getting used to them. But the aim is just make it here. If you end up falling and taking too much damage when you come into here, like if the chair drops you, you can heal on this flower here. So yeah, if you're limping, heal up. You want to heal up before interacting with this terminal, because this terminal will deactivate that flower. But once you make it to here, turn on the power and go 2203, click OK. And in order to solve this quickly, you can use a visual reference. So if you look at the word alignment in the top corner, I want this like vertical yellow bar to be in line with the right hand side of that. And then I just make a square with the box in the bottom left corner. And that'll solve it. It's just like a rough visual guide.
Hey, are you there? I found the dome ceiling.
And now we start a conversation with Kath. Not really much you can do in this section, just wait.
Grimoire in Toronto. Is that...
This is also strange.
What's that?
Okay. Something you can do for fun here is like grabbing this chair,
This is about to collapse.
using the back of it and clipping through this wall here. And if you hide in this corner around here, during the next black screen section, the game will be like hurting Simon, but not actually hurting him. It just sounds like he's getting beaten up. None of this saves any time. It's just a bit of fun to mess around with in a cutscene. There's a lot of cutscenes like this that give you control, but you can't affect how long they take. So enjoy Simon getting beaten up. It's always nice to take your frustration out on Simon after a bad run. And we wake up underwater.
What the hell?
So this is going to introduce us to longer prop flights, larger outdoor levels, and we're going to make our way to the next map, which is like over here. Way to replace that sound with Minecraft noise. So you want to jump from where you spawn, just jump forward onto the right hand side of this sheet. Turn your flashlight on, like at any point, just to have Simon say that line. Look at like the top middle, not all the way down. You don't want to pull your mouse too far down. just look up like roughly towards the end, double click and hold. And then just like jump one time, arc around slightly, and you want to go out of this hole in the building here. There's two ways that you can do this next section. You can either take the slow route of just like angling up slightly. You don't want to look up too far, otherwise you'll pull the prop out from underneath you. But you want to angle it up slightly so that you gain a bit of height over time. You're basically making a portable ramp underneath you. So you can gain as much height as you want here. But you can either do that the slow climb, or you can do the quick ascend here, which is by, as soon as you make it out of the hole in the wall, just scroll one step down and then jump a few times and you'll be able to go up a lot faster. And you want to do a 180. Head towards these two illuminated cylinders and just head over the top of them. It's kind of hard to explain exactly where everything's going because I'm looking down all the time. But once you get over the top of these, if you look at the cliff behind, you'll see this like dark section. You want to head just to the left, drop down on top of here, and run in this direction. So I'm going to put that down for a sec. I'm going to scroll down and turn on the overdraw. So this is the game with none of the lighting applied. It's very handy for the outdoor maps to get used to running around with this, so you can see exactly where everything is in the map, and then start working out some visual guides for where to go. So your aim is to go pretty much in a straight line here. I'm going to be using this pipeline. There's another pipe that goes off this side that hasn't rendered at this point, but I'm going to be using this below me to act as a visual guide for basically hovering in this direction. So if I get back on here, hover in a straight line. I'm looking down and just seeing where those pipes are to guide me to where I want to be. So you'll be able to see in a sec. I'll do this section again. If I speed this up, I'm just hovering over in this direction, and I want to make it to this rock here. You'll be able to see in a sec that this sign here is illuminated in green. So if I reload my save. That was handy, actually. I'm just going to do the quick ascend here, head back. Once I know I've got enough height, I'll just level out by looking all the way down. Jump off the prop. Just to lose a bit of height, this saves a bit of time. And then just scoop it back under your feet. Keep heading in a straight line. I'm looking at the red lights coming in from the top left, just kind of like roughly guiding my way. I get to this three-way junction. I just want to head a little bit to the right. At the top of the screen, you'll see like a weird flashing white light next to the green. That's the Kate bot that you can rescue. And just use that green light to guide you to the rock. It's literally right behind it. Once you get to here, you can look up, drop the prop, and re-grab it. And land on here. I'm going to put this down for a sec. So when I mentioned at the start of this guide that you want to have the map info in the top left corner, it's very important here because we're going to want this prop in the next map. And the only way to do that is to take it through a preload zone, which we need to make sure is activated. So once you've dropped down on top of here, you'll be facing in this direction. You want to head to the right. And you know you found the right sort of spot if this light comes on. You just want to activate that light, head just down this dip, and then jump back up. And you'll see in the top left now it says preloading 0104. If you can't see it because of YouTube compression, just it says preloading 0104. A piece of text will show up saying it's preloading the next map. If you see that text, you are good to go. If not, just like wander around on the edge of this and you want to just keep finding the right spot. You can use this as a visual reference as well, this like weird green building. So you're kind of heading from this dome in a straight line towards that one. And you just want to dip down ever so slightly to get that one. If I show the physics debug here, that's really difficult to see, but there is this giant pink box that goes across there, and I've fallen down. Yeah, this giant pink box is what you're trying to hit from above. I have no idea where that is. Give me a sec. Teleport camera to player. And turn off physics debug. So yeah, all you're trying to do is just find that exact spot where you can hit that preload from the top, because rather than run all the way around this rock, we can now turn around and just run in a straight line to the end of the level. So once you've hit that, turn back around, head to the right of the higher rock, and jump down. And you'll reach the shuttle station for getting to the next map. There's two ways of doing this, as there seem to be for everything. You want to put the sheet as close to the bottom of the door as possible. Don't put it up against it like that. Don't put it... don't try and rest it on top of anything. You just want to put it against this background section. Then open this door. Pull the 3 cables out. Wait for the door to release. Pull it out. Jump your way in. And you want to swipe your Omni tool there to go to the next map. As long as you've hit the preload, and as long as you've put the sheet up against the door, it will be available in the next map. If you want to save a little bit of time and you're feeling particularly ballsy, you can pick up this sheet from the middle, hold it a bit flat, and go backwards into this and try and get a clip. I'm not particularly well versed in this clip. I haven't used it very much. But this has been taught to me by the Shadowhund. You just want to try and get this prop to clip you backwards. It's kind of a weird prop to use. Once you've clipped through, you want to walk up to the door, scroll all the way out so it's as far away from you as possible. Crouch down, look down, let go of the prop, and then walk backwards and then scan to get through. And hope that the prop has stayed there, because the game likes to move props every now and then. So I'm not particularly good at that. I don't use it personally in runs, but it's one to try out if you feel like saving a little bit of extra time. And with a little luck, the prop will still be there. After this transition, you just want to like work your way through this door. I tend to, in order to get a good, it's another fire extinguisher clip, so you want to have a good setup for this one to make it consistent. I tend to run against the wall and the top of this fire extinguisher. I look at the top left of the dome, about where this white scuff is on this texture quality. Just pick it up from about there. Don't press R with this one. It's already set up because you picked it up quite close to you. Head back to the other door. Go into the corner. Look basically at a right angle. Strafe and hold S at the same time, so you go backwards. And then clip, so you start walking up this ramp. And then you want to jump in this direction and circle strafe around to get to here, and the prop didn't make it through. Cool. So that's why I personally don't really like using that clip. I like just making sure that the prop is there. Nice texture loading. And just going to speed through this one because you don't want to see this load too much again. So yeah, just work your way into the corner, grab from the top left, strafe backwards while you're clipping, and you should be able to see that the sheet's there. It can be quicker to just jump straight forward onto this, but because you're stood on top of a slope, quite often Simon just won't jump and you'll just slide straight off, and there is a gap down here that will take you out of bounds. So I personally prefer to jump in this direction and then arc it around just to make sure I get that jump off. I then pick up the prop, angle it so it's like up against this, jump on top, and I'm going to make a save here because there's a few ways of doing this level. I'm going to show the safest possible way and then get more and more risky. So you want to take that, turn right, and then as soon as you see the top of this, you want to just look up with the prop, jump over these larger gaps that you can see until you see a purple wall. You want to jump through the purple. There will be this one big gap below you, so you want to jump the first one, the second one, and then when you get to the third one, you want to be a little bit off to the right-hand side, so you dip down a little bit, and then just as you cross into this section, you want to jump. And if you get this correct, and you want to scoop the prop underneath you, you'll see now that the track beneath me is moving. This is just a bit of a safety net, which allows me to, if I want, just fail this completely, drop off the map, whatever I want to do. Like, there's the map up there. But whatever happens here, because I've started that cutscene, I will be rescued by the game when the train crashes at the end. You don't even need to take the prop if you just want to do this route. Just lob it off and let the game rescue you. Would not recommend if you're going for speed though, but you can use it as a safety net. Hi, fire extinguisher. The better strats for this one are to just keep flying along the top of the tracks. So for this one, I like to try and gauge my height. So you can look up and down with this metal sheet to gain and lose a bit of height. If you look down, you'll lose a little bit of height over time, but you also stand the risk of the prop wrapping up behind your legs and then dropping you. So don't do it for too long. But you can jump, look up, look down. You just want to try and match the width of the metal sheet with, if I can actually reach this with my fingers. So the width of this sheet, you want to be about the same as the distance between these two lines. And that should have you at the right sort of height for most of this flight. Nothing below you is solid, so you try not to fall here. Nothing's going to save you. But keep hovering along for a while. Just going to speed this up. Eventually you'll pass through another one of those purple walls. Once you do, tilt to the right slightly, head out over this grey section. I like to jump once or twice here just to get a little bit of extra height. And just work your way over until you see this ladder. So I'm going to stop. I'm going to go back a bit actually. I'm going to make a save here. So the recommended strat for this one is to go up to where this ladder is. Head just a bit to the right so you don't hit this pipe. Go side on. So it's still looking all the way down. Strafe up to the side. Crouch and strafe. And you want to land on top of this angled beam. Do not let go of the sheet until you're absolutely sure that you are stood on top of this beam. If you let go of this now, you'll be fine. But if you're not absolutely sure that you are stood on top of this angled section and you've let go of the prop, you might just fall. So do make sure that you have a solid footing first. But once you're sure, let go, turn around, and click the ladder to get in. And then just climb up, and you're done with that level. So done a bit quicker, that strat basically looks like this. I went a bit too low there, but you get the picture. If you have nerves of steel, and you know exactly what height you are, you can drop off the sheet and grab the ladder immediately, but if you get that wrong, there's a very high chance that you will just get bounced off the map. And as you've already dropped the sheet, that's it. Like, back to the start, back to the previous map because you haven't hit an autosave. You're going to have a bad time. I wouldn't recommend that strat, but if you do want to save a few extra seconds, it's there. It's kind of scary when you first start trying it, but after a while, it's not that bad. You can combine the two strats that I showed. So the one where you run along the top and you start the cutscene, you can then continue on and do it the regular way, so you don't actually lose any time by setting it up, but you do also have that safety net. If you do fall off, the cutscene will catch you. So if you want to practice it with both, that's also something you can do. Just be aware that it will break the camera going into this map and make things kind of difficult because you'll be able to do backflips. Okay, so when this next map loads, you want to stand on top of this, wait for the ladder to come down a certain way, and then jump and click it so you can just grab it a little bit higher up, save a little bit of time climbing. And this is another outdoor map, so you're going to have to play around with turning on the render overdraw just to get used to where we are. So you can see in the distance there, that's the ship that we're going towards. So the best way to do this is maximize, like, trying to do this next prop hover in a straight line, heading for this right-hand edge. You're going to have to do this while looking down, not forwards. So you're going to have to get used to visual cues on the ground that you can use. So I'm going to do this once with render overdraw, and then I'm going to do it again without it. So I'll restart this map because it's I've kind of lost people in where I got to that prop. Is the game responding? Music's still going. There we go. Okay, so standing on this, I wait until the bottom of this ladder lines up with this shell before I sprint jump and try and click on it. That usually means that I meet the ladder right when it's activated. So yeah, in order to get to that prop, it's just here. Like, so as soon as you're outside of this one, you want to do one jump.
I can find Lambda, right?
And then where you land, it'll be right in front of you. So just do another little jump and land on top of this prop. For reference, that's what it looks like. It's a lot more difficult to see when everything's just blue. Yeah, just look out for this prop. Turn around 180 so you're looking back up the hill and grab it from this darker side. Turn around, look up slightly, not too far. It's a small prop, so if you look up too much, you're going to fall off. But just enough. There you go, I almost fell off there. I managed to catch that one. And you'll see below me there's this metal pipe. It's not particularly obvious in that section, but in the next one it's also got lights on it. So if you want to just have a safe way of finding a way through the map, just follow this pipe. It heads in a straight line, like almost directly to the end. Also, that's a shark. So you can see the pipe continuing up ahead. All this time I'm gaining height, because this map is almost entirely uphill. You want to gain as much height as possible. But always keep that that pipe in view. After a while, you'll see this ship appear. I'm just going to keep jumping, keep gaining height, and head over the top of this mountain. Heading in this direction, you'll eventually make it to the Curie. And the hole that we want to get into, if I could stop falling down, it'd be easier for me to just showcase it here. So you're coming in from this angle. You want to hover around this side and go in through this hole in the side, which normally you're going to be seeing from above. Where did I F10? Is this in the right place? Might be a good idea to not reload a save when I'm in free cam. No, I kicked it. Damn it. It's in speed up mode. Okay, so doing this without render overdraw. So this is how you'll actually be seeing it in a run. I'm going to turn 180. Fall off because you're an idiot. Just gain a load of height as you're going. You see the green lights illuminate that pipe. Just keep jumping, keep following those lights. When you get to the end, just take a bit of a left. You'll see the ship. Keep heading up and over this. And then once you're over that mountain, just head over to the Curie. If you can't see the windows, just jump up a little bit higher, and eventually you'll find your way to that window. Head back a bit, gain a bit more height, just so I can demonstrate that you can still get in if you have too much height. So if I make a save here, ideally you'd match the height as you're going, but if you want to just drop here, hug this wall and crouch, and you can land in this gap. So it's just as you've gone round to the other side of the ship. So you get this sharp edge, and then just drop off here, crouch, and drop in here. And in order to start the next map, normally you would go through the door that is down here, but the hitbox for it extends through the ceiling, and if you touch this ladder, you'll also start the next map. But ideally, you'd match your height as you're going through the map. You get used to judging how high you are. So if I go down just a little bit, normally you'd hover along here and you can just angle through the corner here. If you fall down here, it's not the end of the world. You can walk your way around the bottom of the ship, and then quite quickly you'll stumble upon this hole in the side. And you can climb up the ladders and reach the door that way. It loses about 40 seconds, but it'll get you there if you just need to finish a run. But ideally you'll be dropping in through this gap. And then once you're here, either walk in through the door or just walk into this and you'll start the next map. Eventually. If you haven't hated fire extinguishers enough yet, we've got to use another one. So for this fire extinguisher, you just want to stand like reasonably close, maybe off to the side of it. Just grab it from the top. Stand in the corner right next to it. And you want to strafe left and click. Try and get through this wall. Quite often you'll get pinged either through the beam that you're up against. So if I... where's the level? Where is Simon? Okay. So the other things you can have happen are you can get pinged through to the other side of this beam, in which case just walk around and try again. Or the fire extinguisher will probably just shoot off across the room, in which case you got to go and track it down, try and grab it, reposition it. Fire extinguishers are really annoying. We used to use a lot more of them in the run, Okay, that was an example of pinging through the side there. Thankfully, we've taken the number of fire extinguishers that we do use down quite a bit since the run started. Once you clip through, just grab this wheel, turn it clockwise, and wait for the ladder to come down. You can jump and grab it a bit early again. And just head on up. I'll take a right, take a left. You don't have to stop and open this door, you can just squeeze through. Now, key point. This room here has 2 entrances. This first one is obviously the faster one because it's right here. But by going through here, if I stand in this corner, you will hear I've spawned a monster who's like roaming around. Who, if I go through here, you'll see is not really happy with us. So if you don't want to spawn that monster, I would suggest going through the other door, which doesn't spawn him. In which case, instead of going through there, you just keep running down the hallway, take a left, take another left, and you're back where you came from. So go through that door. If you want to save that little bit extra time, just be aware that we're going to be clipping through this wall into the room where he is. So if that spooks you, you can avoid him entirely by going through this door instead. There are 2 props that you can use to go through here. My personal preference is to use this chair. It's the one I've been the most used to using, but you can also use this rib cage. I guess you could also use this in a pinch. The rib cage you just want to grab and then clip backwards with it. So this will clip you inside this wall. If you clip close enough to this corner, you can just go straight through into the next room. If you do get stuck in this wall, just run against this corner and you'll pop through into that room as well. If you clip too far to the left and you end up in this section here, just run back through the corner here, just like wiggle your way in, and then run against this corner and you'll pop through into this room. If you want to use the chair, it's a little bit faster by taking the first door to set up, because as soon as you come in through the door, you're literally right next to the chair. You don't have to run over and try and set this prop up. Be mindful, we want to use this chair because this one's on its side and it's really tricky to like pick props up and rotate them sideways. It's much easier to rotate things like forward and backwards. So what I tend to do is kick that chair out of the way, turn around, grab this chair from the top of the back of the seat, look up, hold R, and then just pull your mouse up. You get used to the muscle memory of pulling it so that the chair stays flat. It's just to avoid, like, what the hell is that? The weird rotation in this game. If you try and pull a chair up sideways, it can take a long time to try and work out what the hell it's doing. But you want to pull the chair like this. Then just take the chair into the corner. You want to make sure that you are holding this in a position so when you're sprinting against the wall and you release it and then re-grab the chair, that this back section will fall where your cursor is. So if I release this prop and then immediately F2, it's not actually showing my cursor yet, but my cursor will fall like right here. You want to be able to immediately re-grab this prop. If this is too low or too high, say this chair back was up here, and the section that my cursor is over will not be a part of the chair, you can't clip with it because you're not actually grabbing the chair, you're clicking on the wall. Yeah, so you want that hand icon to show up, basically. Yeah, now I have to rotate this again. This is why a good setup with props is absolutely crucial. You do not want to be stood there rotating. But once you got it, just like look at the back of it and then just re-grab it and you'll clip through as well. Again, like if you get stuck in the wall, just run at the corner and you'll get through. If you do decide that you want to be a bit more risky and you want to spawn the monster, it's still perfectly fine. You are going to clip into a room where he is stood. But as soon as you clip through the wall, if you look left, then you'll be perfectly fine. So I'm going to leave the room here, and I'm going to go in through the risky door. Kick the chair out of the way. Grab the chair. Move into the corner. He's spawned. I clip through. Just do not look at him. Just like strafe walk your way across the room and you'll be fine. If you look at him, you'll aggro him. Make your way upstairs. Find this door. And head on up the stairs. And you're going to want to pull out the first, like, quickest 3 cables that you can from this room. If the game will let you grab them. As a word of warning, when the chase starts, you just want to follow the red lights that will appear on the ground to get to the emergency shuttle. If you're lost, just look for the red lights. But it's not too difficult to do this chase. But this is a forced section. So you see the red lights have shown up on the ground now. So you just want to follow this line. Back through, head down the stairs. When you get to the bottom of the stairs, the red lights are going to go straight forward. You can't go that way, so just take a left, run through the front room, and you'll meet back up to them. Take a left, into the shuttle, and plug Kath in as quickly as you can. This is another cutscene that gives you the option of running around. Well, you can't really do much, so you can pick up this fire extinguisher, and if you scroll it against the door, you can, like, cause the door to despawn. Just a few things to, like, break the immersion. Watching runs for who knows how long and never spotted the red lights. A lot of people don't notice them because they're probably in too much of a panic.
How do you even know what direction we're going in?
That door's really not liking me.
Thought I was done for back there.
Or it'll just eat the fire extinguisher. Either the door will despawn or the fire extinguisher will clip through. Something will happen.
Talking about the black tentacles in the engine room?
It is also possible to use the fire extinguisher to clip out, and you can explore the ship. Just know that none of the textures are loaded, but the collision is still there, so you can freely explore. You just have fun figuring out where you're going.
Was that the ship?
Let's get through this. Oh, Patch, how's it going? Right, so during this section, you're going to hear like some whooshing sounds after the loading screen. Wait for those to happen before you start moving. Do not move until those have happened, otherwise you will take damage. But grab your tool, push this door all the way out, and then just leave it. Don't leave it like partially in or out, just move it as far out as it'll go and then just leave it. If it's not all the way out, there's a chance that it will end up in the ditch down here, which it takes ages to get the prop out of that ditch. You don't want it to be down there. But wait for Best Buddy to free us. And you should see that the door has ended up in a decent spot because I pushed it out.
You're the rescue team, huh? Good job.
Just want to grab this. And this is going to introduce us to juggling. So pay close attention to what the display is doing down below, because this door is going to slow us down if we try and run with it. So what you want to do is scroll all the way out, release the prop, and then like sprint, jump, and catch it. And then before you land, you want to scroll all the way out and release it again. So you only want to be on the ground while you're not holding this. And you want to be throwing and catching this while you're in the air. So you want to be maintaining your speed while you're on the ground, and then just jumping and catching it in the air. So this is juggling. It takes a long time to get used to. It's kind of fiddly. It's very easy to drop the door if it's like poorly rotated or bash it into things or run into it and then grab it, and then you end up losing all of your speed. But just follow the train tracks along here. It's not too easy to get lost in Delta, but you want to make your way to this central square and just kind of put the door down. I'm going to make a save here to illustrate why you should never, ever touch the door against this like edge section. It's being nice right now, but quite often this door will just despawn if you touch it against the wrong props. There you go. How much time do I estimate that juggling the door saves? Not that much. I wouldn't say it's like a mandatory thing to learn. Yeah, be careful with that door. Don't let it touch any of the weird bits of geometry here. This edge seems to be okay, but you don't want to risk it because you need this door. But just throw the door into the square. Take a left and you want to head to this monitor here. So you want to hit this one. Power. 5. Hold this arrow until it's over the yellow and then let go. So this will say establish the link with 049. Head back down. Get style points for doing it. That was a failed attempt at juggling this. You just want to put this handle side up, tends to work a bit better. So I'm going to call the Zeppelin, which is going to come in from over here, like past this robot arm. Hey, Kate. You're going to want to very quickly go in here, Zeppelins, and then request transport. Immediately jump on top of this, set up a hover, and start going in that direction, because you want to get enough height to make it to the Zeppelin as early as possible to overlap 2 cutscenes. So normally you'd have to wait for the Zeppelin to land, wait for it to unlock its doors, then go plug Kath in. But if you're running on the very first version of the game, you can do this a little bit earlier by plugging Kath in, like while it's still landing. If you're running on the Epic Game Store version or the latest GOG version, or you're running on console, you cannot do this. But you can still fly up and get into the Zeppelin early to save like a second or 2. But if you're running on the very early version of the game, then you can save a significant amount of time by hovering up to this.
The Zeppelin's on its way. Gotta get ready.
So just set a quick hover up. Try and gain a bit more height than that. Look for the light at the top of the screen so you can see where the Zeppelin is. Land in here and go plug Kath in.
Calm down. We're safe.
Oh, it's really disconcerting.
So we get to overlap this bit of cutscene with the Zeppelin landing.
Where are we now?
Delta. At least that's what you said before the crash.
Oh, right.
And I'm going to let this land.
I'll guess the chip.
Yeah, that was well timed. So after the cutscene, just open that. Check your door to just make sure it's set up like that, because you're going to want to make, like, after this next cutscene, like when you come back with the chip, you're going to want to do another very quick hover. Otherwise, if this Zeppelin is taking off while you're stood on top of this door, it's going to get eaten. So just make sure that's in a good spot. Just anywhere in this corner, facing like in that direction or that direction. It doesn't matter which end you use for hovering. Just don't have it set up like that way around. You're going to have a bad time. But now we get to go zap a robot. You have 2 choices here. One of which I would recommend, and one of which I will hate you forever for. Now, really, you only have 1 choice here. Technically 2, you can zap Kate, but don't. Kate will take 4 hits before she will crash. She'll run away a lot further from you between each hit, and once she's crashed into the ground, you have to zap her an extra time before she'll give her chip up. This guy, Goya, will only take 3 hits. So you want to run up to him, zap him. He's understandably not too happy about that. Wait for the recharge, zap him again. And you want to try and get your 3rd zap when he's close to this bridge. If he's like really far away, don't worry about it. Just zap him as quickly as possible. But if you can zap him when he's close to this bridge, you can just like crouch down here, wait for him to crash, because he'll always crash into the same pole, and then grab his chip. If you're a bit slow between zapping him and getting to his crash spot, Simon will go through an extra animation of like throwing the tool away before you can then grab the chip. So you get a brief window where you can grab it, then it blocks you for a bit because of the animation, and then you can grab it again. So ideally, he will spawn like around here. You want to zap him, jump in front of him to try and like block him from going further, and then like zap him as he goes along to the bridge, and then chase into this spot. But you get used to doing that a bit quicker, and usually if you're doing the juggling in the same sort of time, it'll be the same every time. He'll always be in like roughly the same spot. But he basically goes in a path along that edge of the map. But get back here, plug that in, go through another conversation with Kath. Unfortunately, we can't overlap this one with anything. And after this, Kath will be like, you know, let's get going. So you want to pull this lever and press this button, or press this button and pull this lever, whichever order, it doesn't matter. And then as soon as you've done that, turn around, jump on top of here, start a hover, head in that direction, and then you want to arc around while going up, and then head out of the map in that direction. Because once these gates go up, these are only like maybe 3 feet high, but the hitbox for them is a good like 10 feet high. So you want to make sure that you get enough height while going around the Zeppelin that you'll be able to clear it before the Zeppelin itself starts going upwards. Don't know why I was over there. So just in case, I'm going to make a quick safety save. Pull the lever, hit the button, jump on here, double click, look up, arc around, and then head out in this direction. So you want to get some height before you leave. If you take too long setting that up, like if you jump on the prop and then you try clicking in it and you have a few issues, like you need to do this quickly, otherwise this is going to happen. And yeah, you're stuck here now. Because that was eventually just going to ping off the side. And you can wave goodbye to it. There he goes. That was a far more dramatic tumble than I was expecting.
Thanks.
Yeah, just set that up really quickly. Look up a little bit so you can gain a little bit of extra height. And head out. Just, I'm always using different markers in the map as reference. So the building that you just passed. But you want to head out to this giant pipe, which has another, also quite giant pipe on top of it. Welcome back, Omega. You want to gain as much height as you can and just follow along the top of this smaller pipe, because the map will eventually transition, and if you don't have enough height, you are not going to make it, because you're going to end up underneath the next map. Okay, so it's possible to go a little bit further. I had it the other night where I spawned inside these rocks. But you just want to run around here. Or if you land on top of the rocks, it's great. Just whatever you do, just end up so you're running along these edges. How am I doing? I'm doing well. Almost at the third of the way through, I think. In terms of this route, just like follow where I'm going. It's just the quickest way to cut this corner in bounds while listening to Simon having a conversation with himself.
I just can't stop thinking about what we
Drop down here. Jump across this gap if you want. If not, you can just run up this hill.
But then how can I feel like
But you want to make it to this back end of this arena. This entire section of the map is surrounded by giant invisible walls, apart from one tiny little sliver right here. So if you're up on top of this and you find this weird like spotlight thing with a pillar, just head to the left side where this chain link fence is, this like weird sticky up bit, and just run through this section. And you can pop in bounds. Everywhere else is a giant invisible wall.
So my mind is covering it up, pretending nothing's different.
Once you're inside though, just keep running over to where this door panel is. So I'm going to do this twice because this map you're technically on a timer. You want to do as much as you possibly can and get back up here before the Zeppelin lands. Thank you, Frictional, for that tiny gap. Very kind of them. So you want to pull this panel off, solve the puzzle clockwise, pull out, anti-clockwise, push in, and then pull the lever down. Take this panel, you want the side with the handle here to be facing this side. So it's the handle is like up here. Take a step back. You don't have to worry about the door crushing you, it's non-solid. I can't jump though. Why can I not jump? Interesting. Okay, it's just with a prop I couldn't jump. Weird. But I'm not in prop lock. Right, and while this door is opening, you just want to push the door up against it. And then you'll see, like, if you have anti-aliasing turned on, you'll see the top edge, like, shimmering as it's, like, ever so slightly moving in, like, less than a pixel. If you're pushing this against the door while it's opening, eventually that shimmering will stop and you'll get just, like, a solid edge of the prop. At that point, you can let go. If you let go too early, the prop's just going to, like, shoot off to the side. Then you're going to have to go and, like, chase it down and set it up again. But if you just push it against there until it stops shimmering and then let go, it'll stay in this exact spot. Once that's in place, run back over here towards the Zeppelin, and hopefully you can make it before Kath and the Zeppelin land, which I'll demonstrate now by going back to the previous map. It wouldn't be a Soma speedrun without a random previously unencountered fault. Hell yeah. It wouldn't be a HPL speedrun. In fact, it wouldn't be a speedrun. Full stop. So I'm going to do this again because if you're particularly quick taking the route, you can make it back to the Zeppelin without losing any time. Which I'm going to do now with the help of a little bit of speeding up. Because I don't really want to go through that bit again. The fastest split time you can get for this map is 3 minutes flat. Normally you'll get a 3-minute 1-second split. But because you're waiting on the Zeppelin to land to unlock the door going into Theta, you can't skip it any other way. So you're at the mercy of a very slow Zeppelin flying in. Just follow the same route, using different map elements to guide you.
That's great.
Thank you, Simon.
What? Oh, sorry. I just can't stop thinking about what we've become. It's clear that we're no longer human. But then how can I feel like Simon? How can I feel like anything at all? I mean,
I should also mention, if you're running on anything but 1.0, don't bother setting the panel up in the door. This was patched out very early in the game, so only use this if you're going for like 1.0 runs. The reason we're blocking the door is because we've got some dead time here, we can get this set up. And then by jumping out of the door and back in again while it's closing, we can cause the map to start loading the next map early, And it saves about 10 to 15 seconds. So when I'm pushing this against the door, just keep an eye on what I mean when I say like the top edge is shimmering. You'll see when it stops. I'll point it out. Also, I can jump now. So pushing it, shimmering, and it stopped.
Cap, before you go, the artificial intelligence you mentioned in the escape vessel?
Just run back over here.
That we're like this? I mean, it seems like something an unreliable AI would do.
Zeppelin is just coming into land. I just got that.
Concentrate on getting inside Theta, okay?
No.
See you soon.
Okay, ideally you want to be back here and stood here when she says see you soon, because that's the line of dialogue that she unlocks with. So as soon as she says that, be ready to click on the Omni tool from the back. Not being able to jump really messed you up at Theta. You can do this game without jumping. Also, as a word of caution, I know it's tempting, but do not go and talk to Robin while you're doing this map. Talking to her will stop Kath's dialogue, and you need her dialogue to finish in order to unlock the Omni tool. So if you're running on 1.0, scan that, turn around, jump out of the door, turn back around and jump back in. And you'll see when the water starts coming down that the map will like stop, freeze, and then load the next map. And there. This also allows you to play door or no door, because sometimes the door that you blocked breaks and gets put in the middle of this map. No idea why. So this next map is actually one of the longest maps for most people doing a casual playthrough, and it's one of the shortest maps for a speedrun. Like normally you have to go and talk to Catherine in a room, and you have to go and like interrogate Brandon Wan and go down and restart the servers, and in a speedrun you literally just go through one wall and that's it. There's a few props that you can use. I would recommend for beginners, I'd recommend for pretty much anyone, just run over here, like knock over this wet floor sign. Hover up with this. Just like hover up just slightly above this Omni tool scanner. And once you're above it, just look away, look up. So you drop off the prop and you're on top of it. This prop is currently still in inspection mode. No, it's in collision mode, so I can't like pull this inside me. So I can't set up a clip with it right now. You just want to take the prop in front of you, drop it, catch it again. Just catch it from like the top middle. Press R. Turn back towards the wall, strafe towards it, and then clip with it, and then very quickly, as soon as you clip, strafe in the opposite direction. Because you want to stay on top of this very, very thin section. And then the next bit of the next map is just jump to the left, and the next map will load. An alternative strat in the previous map is to use the fire extinguisher. It's a fire extinguisher. Don't use it unless you know exactly what you're doing. There is a setup for it, which I'll go back because I didn't make a save in the previous map. Chapter 2, Theta inside. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't recommend the fire extinguisher because you have to do kind of an awkward setup with it. Carry it across the room.
Hello?
So for this one, I tend to like walk up to the fire extinguisher, but not like right in front of it here. Like I stand against this grey section, grab it from the top, I look all the way down, scroll all the way out, and then re-grab it immediately on the floor. And then as I'm running over here, I can just choose the spot, jump up, and then stop sprinting and just walk my way over with it. Like that's my setup for using this. I've just kind of got used to it, but I wouldn't recommend it. But it works in the same way. You can click with it just the same. One other thing of note in this. There is an autosave a few seconds after you start this map. Be very careful. because once you start getting your time for this map down lower and lower, that autosave will happen at the worst point. Like normally, if you're up here and you're clipping, if I wait just a sec, where's that save? Is it not going to do it now? Did I skip something? I think I skipped something, like not going through the door. It's like 15 seconds after the map happens, after you
Hello?
transition into the map. So if
Anyone
I do it
there?
like that, that was a bad grab. The trigger's in the door. Okay, Mickey. There you go. You see the autosave that just happened. Normally, if you're waiting for that door to open and then you run through, there is a chance that that autosave will happen when you're trying to clip or trying to jump across the gap. If it happens during either of those, you will lose all of your speed or drop the prop, in which case, ouch, bad timing. If you're doing particularly well at this split and you're getting close to that, I would suggest losing the extra second or so and just wait for that. Like, just wait until you know that the autosave has happened before making the jump. You do not want to fall off here. Ultimately, like, if you fall off, the other thing is, if you try and make the jump, and then the autosave hits, and then you fall off, the autosave is you right above the gap. So if you try and reload the autosave, you're just going to fall again. And I think the previous save is all the way back at Delta. You do not want to lose 3 minutes. So please be careful. Yeah, ideally just wait for the save to happen and then go for the skip. If it happens here while you're trying to clip, it's not that bad. You just drop down, pick the prop up again. You may be losing like 10 seconds. Just having to like work your way back up, re-grab the prop. And I am not holding this in the right way at all. There you go. Yeah, just jump across. Normally, if you do this particularly quick, you'll be waiting for the map to load. To get out of this, I'm just going to make a save here. You can stand in this corner, look at this like weird hazy light, and then just sprint jump towards it, and you'll hop up on top of this. So if the map is still loading, just run out to here, wait for this section of the map to actually load in, and then run forward, because there's a completely solid floor here, which extends out to like the end of this hallway and goes all the way across to where this room is. Yeah, if you're not too keen on that, once you've hopped across to the vent, you can wait for the map to load, and then you can just like edge off the side and drop down here if you don't want to do that jump. Then just jump off this edge, arc your way around with the mouse, and land all the way down here. That's quite a drop. Try not to land on this edge here, because as an angled surface, you're probably just going to end up pinging off into the void. I'll see if I can demonstrate a ping. Yeah, so just run over here. The floor ends like where this brown line is, I think. But you just sort of jump off, arc around, try and make it far onto this. You don't want to hit this. I was lucky that time. But normally, yeah, if you land on this, you're going flying. So, again, like, Theta in a casual playthrough is one of the longest sections of the game. In a speedrun, like, the previous map probably takes most people like half an hour to get through. This map as well probably takes people another half hour to get through. In a speedrun, the two maps combined, done well, take 1 minute. Like, it's a ridiculous difference in time. Yeah, just jump, arc, make it as far as you can into this for safety. Jump your way across to where this green and red light are. Drop down on top of this. Don't like go too fast off this, because you will just drop off the edge of the map. And then run into this side where the door is, and you'll pop through this section. Click the door. We've got a forced encounter, so if you don't like spooks, look away. Mr. Akers, sir? Hello? Buddy? Thank you. He likes to be a bit difficult sometimes. You just want to run up to him as quickly as possible. And normally he'll get you on the stairs, not just like run past you and then completely ignore you and just like stand at the bottom of the stairs reeing at you. But that is a forced encounter. You have to go through that because it starts the next map. This takes us into Theta Exit, which is one of the first real stumbling points for most people learning this game. You can have a lot of trouble with this one starting out. Just going to skip through this. So this cutscene plays. During this cutscene, you just want to be sprinting forward, just so that as soon as the transition here happens, you start standing up. Like you won't start doing this animation until you start trying to walk forwards. So just get in the habit of holding it during the cutscene. Once you wake up, just take a right. Head along here, you get an autosave here. Normally the autosave will happen like right as you're trying to click this button, in which case it'll drop your input and then you've got to click it again. And welcome to hell. So this is a very awkward corner. You want to jump up on top of this section here. There's like a flat bit. Face into this corner, so where this, just a little bit to the right of this black line is where the two surfaces meet. And you're basically sprinting and jumping into this corner, getting your head stuck against this one so that you bounce up and then back down again, which bounces you into this weirdly shaped bit of geometry, which will then push you off to the side, which you help by pulling the mouse to the right. And then as soon as you get through this wall, you want to pull the mouse back to the left again to stop yourself from falling into a gap. So I will demonstrate that one by stand here, look in that direction. You don't have to be too precise with this. You can look like in that direction, you can look in that direction. Just look in that direction-ish. Sprint jump forward and move the mouse to the right. You get through the wall. Once you get that part down, you want to, as soon as you know you're going to go through the wall, immediately turn left again and try and hug that corner that you just jumped through. So just practice it to begin with. Just get that motion of like jumping and flicking, and then turn back to the left. Like, I'm falling off here because I'm intentionally not turning left enough. Just to say you don't have much room to stand on the other side of the wall. But if you jump and then immediately can't like turn back, you land on this tiny bit of goo that's under your feet. This will take a lot of practice. So feel free to make a safety save there or use the autosave or whatever. Just get used to pressing F9 before doing any kind of tricky thing. And then just F10 every time you fail it. Or every time you complete it. Just keep practicing. If you want to do this section as like a game, something that I started doing when I was trying to practice. What happens if you fall down in a run? Just reload a save. You can't use quick save and quick load in this game, but you can just quit out to the menu and do continue. Like, there's no distinction in Soma between quit outs and no quit outs. It's not like Dark Descent. We don't have any save abuse. Yeah, like one game that I like to do in this corner is just to jump out of bounds. As soon as you're out here, you want to look in this direction, just not against this sloped section, just a little bit off to the right, and sprint jump, and you'll pop up on top of this next section. There is a gap that you're jumping across, so make sure that you jump very quickly. Otherwise, you'll just slip off the goo and fall down that pile. Slip off the goo pile and fall down the hole. Walk out past this beam. And then you can run up this slope section back on top of the map. The game that I like to play is to then run back across here, drop down, pop back in bounds, and I just try and see like how many laps of this I can do before I mess it up. You get better at doing laps of that. It's a good way to just see like how long you can keep that circuit going before you fall off. Just a way of like gamifying practice. But once you're up on top of here, you want to turn right. You can either jump straight up on top of this and hop again, or run around to the side and jump up here. Either way, you just want to get up on top of this room. And you'll see in the distance, there's this like illuminated light box here. We want to be heading towards the left-hand side of this. So just keep that in mind, and just... There's a lot of stuff on top of this room and on top of all of the rooms coming up that you can get stuck in. So just try and match the route that I'm taking, because you want to take the shortest diagonal route across there. So hop across to here, hop over to here. I'm going to turn the flashlight on. Don't stand in any of these weird like bits of geometry sticking through the ceiling, because you will get stuck here. So just jump across that. I run... Careful, there's a hole here. So I run just to the right of this pillar and then jump up on top of here. There's a goo pile that I got stuck in then. And then this chain link fence section, I run along that and then jump a bit to the right to get on top of here a bit further along, because this geometry you can get stuck in. Head along here, you know you're going in the right direction because you've got the wow flower underneath you. Run around this goo pile. Jump the corner, if I can actually... Simon didn't want to jump then. And just keep following that diagonal. Eventually you'll make it to this section, you'll see like a locked door, and you'll see the room we want to get to. Just jump that corner. When you get to here, there is an invisible wall, which you can get around by just jumping off the side and curling back around. You're just getting around this thing. It's a bit too high to jump over if you're going in one direction. I think you can jump over it in this direction. Yeah, so you can jump over it just by using that, but you can't jump over it going in this direction. But you just want to get around that. You'll see the wet floor sign, and you want to find this vent. Stop sprinting at this point. Walk forwards, and then walk back, and you'll clip through that wall. Grab the wet floor sign, pop it down, set up a hover with it, and then just walk forward. You can either just go the slow way and just like walk over to here and then crouch, or if you want to save a little bit of time and you are comfortable with where everything is in this map, you can hover over to this and drop down onto this edge, and then just like head over here, pull that out of the way, head on through. Pull that down. Giggle at Acres. He really wants to catch you. And then just run here as quickly as you can. And that's Theta done with. In terms of an average run, this marks like roughly the halfway point now. Normally going into Omicron is like just around the half-hour mark, a little bit further ahead of that. Like maybe 30, 31, 32 minutes, depending on your usual pace. That was a really long transition. There is 2 props that you can use to clip in this map. One I would recommend most people use. Another one I would only recommend, which is this sheet, if you need the extra time save. This thing is an absolute pain. Like, you do not want to use this if you can avoid it. It's a lot faster, but it's very temperamental, and if it doesn't want to cooperate with you, you can be losing minutes. So I'm going to use the awful way first, and then I'll show you another way. So I can't give you anywhere to to stand and where to look for this prop, unfortunately, because depending on your computer, this will slide further down the hill or less down the hill. So just, you kind of have to wing it with this one. You have to find something that works for you. But if yours ends up in roughly this spot where it's like above this brown patch, I tend to stand about here and look at the top middle. And even this isn't like super consistent. But sheet or not, just head up over this hill and jump your way down.
Alright.
Hopefully you get a physics boost on the way down there to shoot yourself forward a bit more, but I didn't. I'm just going to run with this. Keep heading in a straight line. You'll see Omicron approach. I'm going to make a save here, because the other prop that you can use is this robot. It's a lot better to clip with this robot, but it's a lot slower to get it down there, because it's heavy. It's very heavy. You can take this sheet, just like jump your way down, crouch under these beams, land down here. And I don't think this sheet has worked one time in the past few runs that I've done. But back yourself into this corner here. So back yourself against the door and then strafe against the side of it. Grab the sheet, try and set it up for a clip, and it actually worked. That's the ideal way of getting in, because you know you're not going to go any faster than that. But if you're just beginning, I would recommend the robot instead. That's good sheet. This robot is seriously heavy. You can see how slow Simon goes. You can do the juggling thing from Delta again. I really wouldn't recommend it, because Simon likes to just randomly drop this prop. But whatever you can do, just like carry it down here. This robot has two sides. The best way to clip with it is to look at this like Bomberman face side and have that facing against the door. Like pull it down so that the robot is about halfway up the door. Walk entirely inside it so that you can see where it's going to be when I release it. That's a bit low. I just want to bring that a little bit further up. So I know, even though I can't actually see the faces of this, I know that right in front of me is part of the robot. And then just release and re-grab it and you'll go through. Like the robot is super, super consistent. It's just really slow trying to get it down to the door. But that's the ideal way of getting in there. One other thing that can happen with either of the clips, if I get rid of robot body, goodbye. You can occasionally get clipped sideways and you will end up inside this bit of the wall. Okay, the game really doesn't actually want me to demonstrate that. There we go. So if you get stuck in the wall like this, okay, that's already bad. I was going to say don't panic and make sure you don't crouch, otherwise you get stuck underneath this thing, but it seems the game's done that for me anyway. Normally, if you clip through here, as long as you haven't got stuck under this, you can just run into this wall and you'll eventually pop through. But if you crouch and you get stuck down here, yeah, you're not getting out of this. Like, this is reload the most recent save, because the run's done for at this point. You're not getting out of here. Like, as long as your head is still like at least this high, you can just clip through this wall. I love how looking in that direction it actually starts zooming in because I'm looking down the abyss even though I'm inside. Alright, into Omicron, and now we're at the halfway point. I do hope this is all making sense. As I say, I'm not usually much of a tutorial maker. I just felt that things needed updating. This is incredibly unprofessional, but I just wanted to get something done. So if there's any map in the game where you're going to want to make a safety save, like just use the menu and save and exit to the menu and then continue the game from there, this is going to be that map. There is a lot of stuff going on in Omicron. When it eventually loads. There we go. So this map is lots and lots of clips. Lots and lots of jumps across the void. Risky backups if you get some things wrong, and the ability to soft lock if you click things in the wrong order. So fun times. Normally in this map you would explore the station, realize that pretty much everything's locked down. You'd head off to the dive room. You'd find a suit, realize that it's broken, and you have to go and like find some things to repair it with. We're going to do that in the opposite order. We're going to get those 3 things to repair it and then go to the dive suit room. This breaks the game. So we need to make sure that we take particular steps to avoid soft locking. So run across here. It's easier to run around the right hand side of this room and then run across here, and then you can just like pick the box up off the cabinet. If you want to do forward clips here, like if you want to just mash your face against this and then run forward and clip with it, you want to do it with this label side facing out. It will not work the other way around. But you can use that to just clip straight through forwards. It's a lot faster than setting it up backwards, but it's very picky. Head through here, and the solution to this puzzle is 4 clicks in the top right, 4 clicks in the center, 3 clicks in the bottom left, and 1 click in the bottom right. And then just activate these 3 lasers. Grab this box, put it over there, and then grab the chip. And coming out, you can go forward again, but make sure that the box is entirely against this section of the door and not resting against this section. If it's at an angle, it also won't work. If you can't get the forward clips to work particularly consistently, you can just pick this up normally and go sideways or go backwards. Coming back here will make Ross make everything shake. Similar to Delta, props. Do not touch them against these metal things, because they just vanish. Any prop that you put against these will just cease to exist. Because physics. Oh, that one's getting angry. I'm going to reload before something crashes. Yeah, just make sure that the boxes do not touch those. I've awoken the beast. Yeah, so grab the box that you first used to clip through. Hop up on top of it. Hop up a couple of times so you're higher than these, so you can adjust without fear of bashing it against that. And you want to line this up against this tile. Because if I look up from here, there is a hole in the ceiling right here that you're going to want to go through. So the best way to do that is to just look down and line yourself up against that tile underneath you. Just keep jumping. You'll make it up through that gap. There's a quick ascend that you can do here. I think it's label side up. You can, if you've got the line up correct for that one, you can scroll 1 step towards you and then scroll 2 steps towards you. You can quick ascend through there. I don't tend to use it in my runs, but it's something that you can do just to get a little bit more speed going up through here. After which, pop the box down, and I'm going to make a save here, because there is 2 ways of getting into the gel cabinet room. The first one, the easiest one, is to just clip through here, run into here, and just wait. If you want to save half a second, you can walk against this, lean, and swipe that button. You can't actually walk through this door yet, but you don't have to wait for it to open in order to actually make it out. And that'll get you through into this cabinet room. If you want to go a little bit more crazy, and I definitely wouldn't recommend this without doing a safety save first, because this you're going to have a nightmare with this strat to get used to it. You can go a little bit further forward, so the door I just clipped through is there. I'm going to run against these pipes and try and clip through this wall eventually, if I can grab this in the right way. And end up on this little bit. If the prop doesn't like you, it'll clip you in that direction and you'll fall. So hopefully you made it to here. I'm going to make a safety save, because now I'm going to jump across to here. And I'm going to show this in physics debug, because words cannot describe how little floor you are stood on. Where is Simon? That's just an absolute massive pink. Simon, where are you? There he is. Okay. So going inside Simon. Hopefully you can see that floor, like maybe about that much of it, like up until that corner, if you can just about make this out. Unfortunately, it's very, very bright. Can I overlay? Okay. Like that black section is all you have to stand on. Physics quite often doesn't like this, and you'll just fall through regardless. But you have like nowhere to stand. I'm going to drop back here, jump across. You also cannot stand on this central section, so you need to run like against the wall, and just before you reach this corner, you want to jump out over the void and land on the same black section on the other side. Hopefully without falling off. Like, this is incredibly risky. When you get to this corner, avoid the temptation of opening the door. If you press this button, you lock yourself out. But just look roughly at the top right corner of the whiteboard and just sprint against it. Like, sprint into this corner. Move the mouse around a little bit, and eventually you'll find the right angle and you'll pop in. Again, do not press that button. You want to press that button, press that one, and now you're into the same room. This also leaves these doors in a slightly broken state where they're both open. That means that props can freely pass through both sides of this right now. Normally, you'd have to wait for the door to open to pass a prop through. But we can use that to our advantage in just a sec. Open that. Open the gel cabinet. And with a good hefty pull, you want to grab the top of this, yank it down, and then push it so that the chair is flat. If the chair's like angled, it can be kind of awkward to get the right height, but you just want to use this chair to peer in over the top here and grab the gel. Run around here. Grab this sheet. I tend to, like, as I'm running, I pull it slightly down towards me so it's flat. So as I'm looking down right now, it's like flat to the floor. You run in here, turn around and clip backwards. And physics occasionally goes nuts. Sometimes the prop will just end up out of bounds. Sometimes it'll end up flopping back inside here. But once that's done, just pick the prop up again and clip back through that wall. Grab that, or else it's going to shake the room again. Use the prop to hover up here. Just cross this room to the opposite side. Clip through here. Turn around. Now you get your first proper autosave of this map. And now we deal with Robot Girl. Most people struggle with her in their casual playthrough because she's incredibly sensitive to movement and sound. In a speedrun sense, she's really not much of a threat. So keep an eye on this junction because I'm going to be going back here. So it's easy to get lost if you're panicking for where from Robot Girl is, but I'm going to be running back into that corner. This section, just run past her, pull that open, grab that, run past her again, and take a left. And normally she'll de-aggro on you or walk out a little bit, but she won't. She shouldn't be too aggroed on you right now. She's walking around a little bit. But you want to get to this corner with the rounded wall, crouch, and then just walk into the corner. Once you find the right angle, you'll just pop through. Yeah, she's actually following me. Then once you're through here, just drop down. There's a lot of geometry that you can get stuck on here. Just try and hop up onto this beam. Hop up and turn right a little bit. You want to land like above these beams. I'm going to make a save here. So if you want to be safe, you can run along the top here, but notice as I'm running, I'm getting stuck on geometry. And you have to keep jumping to try and free yourself from it, which is really going to mess you up for the jumps that are coming up. But if you stand just a little bit further to the right, you won't have that issue. You can't stand too far to the right because otherwise you'll just drop. You see these the beams down below, you can use as a visual reference. If I go off to the side of those, I'll drop. But as long as you're stood like roughly above the right-hand side of those, you'll be fine. And then you won't get stuck on geometry here. So as you approach the end here, you're going to want to use your momentum to jump forwards, turn right, go all the way out around this beam, and land like where the top of this wall is. This is a very tricky jump to get. It will take you a while. If you want a slightly, I wouldn't say safer because it's actually 2 jumps, but if you want a slower multi-part version, you can jump down onto this beam and then jump around the corner. So you can do that like that, and then you can use your position here to just jump your way back up on top of the map here. Kind of slow. You got 2 jumps over the void there, which if it works for you, go for it. But it's not too difficult to get the muscle memory down for jumping out and around this in 1 jump. Just beware that you're going to have to delay your turn because obviously you're jumping out and then turning. And if you turn too quickly, you'll hit the beam and then you'll just drop off the map. So you just want to run along here, jump, slow turn, and then try and make it back before you've lost too much height. I think that turn was a little bit too slow. So jump, turn, and you should make it. Like, always keep in mind where this beam is. As long as you land above that beam at the bottom, you're fine. Just jump your way up. So you want to butt up against these, jump up on top here, jump to the... You'll see like how high I am. If I jump again, you can get hooked like a little bit further up, like on a tiny bit of ceiling. Unfortunately, there's an invisible wall here that's stopping us from just crossing over here. But this invisible wall isn't on this side of the room. So we need to jump around this wall, which if I make another save, you can either jump around the first wall, which is like this back face here. But keep in mind that there is also another wall here, which sticks out just as far. So if you make it halfway and you get stuck in this section, just like jump and then jump around again and try and land on that ceiling. You can see there that it's all one continuous piece of geometry. You're just jumping around this wall here. If you've fallen down there, it's very tough to continue a run, but it's not over. You can do a backup from there, which I'll showcase in a bit. But it's a lot tougher than just doing this again, but it will save you time if you just need to continue a run. Like if you know going back to the save before Robot Girl would lose you too much time, but continuing with PB, then there is a backup that you can use. But if you're already behind and you're not gonna be able to save the run, yeah, that jump's pretty tricky. You can jump around, either like do 2 jumps to get around each wall individually, or do 1 big jump to get around both. I would recommend for beginners just like jump around the first wall, jump around the second wall, and you'll make it up here. Once you get a bit more advanced, try doing it as 1 big jump. So I'll see if I can get that now. There you go. So one big jump and you can make it round as well. If you are unlucky and you do end up, I'm not taking it with damage. Come on. So I'm just going to walk down here. So if by any unfortunate circumstances you end up down here, you can jump across to this beam here, jump out and around and land on that. It's the first time I've missed that one. Okay. Why is my Simon not jumping? And once you're here, you want to jump out and around this, and there's like a tiny little ledge on here that you can land on. You want to run along this lip, turn, and then do an instant 180 and miss it. This is why I don't recommend this route. It's very tough. Like, there's so many jumps across the void. But if you absolutely need it to save a run, it's something you can use. Yeah, so landing on this tiny little bit here, jumping across to the next one, falling off that one. I've fallen off every single part of this so far. Oh my god. Now I've fallen off every part of it. I will get this eventually. Going too far. So jump across to that second one, land on this beam, jump up to this bit, try and get a jump on top of this section, and work your way around. I've never fallen off that bit before. Why? How the route always goes for you. I've never ever had this much issue with it. Also, I'm going to be editing this entire section out of the YouTube copy of this, because this is just embarrassing. You know, I'm not even going to do it. don't bother with that route. I almost got it the first time. Not the first time. The time that I'm really struggling right now. If I do F7 and go find Simon, I really wish I could have shown this off. For the YouTube copy, I'll just edit in a version of me doing this to showcase it. But essentially, you're jumping around here, getting up on here, and then I fell off here. You basically just jump up on top of here and walk like along here until you reach this back end here. But in the sake of continuing, I ended up here. So if you do the double jump or the single jump and you get on top of this roof, you just want to run across here, drop down on top of the airlock, drop down on top of here, turn back, like face where the back of this light is, crouch, and just walk against it. And look like at this part of the floor, and you'll pop through the wall. And then plug Kath in.
Is this Omicron? Everything is so basic, so limited.
I've never ever had that much issue with that though.
Okay, we need to find you a power suit. You know, so we can go into the abyss without ending up like a recycled can of soda.
You think we'll find one that fits me? I mean, I'm kind of in a suit already.
That's been bothering me too. You know how you were transferred from Vancouver?
Toronto.
From then to now.
How could I forget?
Okay, so we do it again.
You want to send me to the future?
No, you idiot. I want to transfer your mind into a new body.
What?
Look, we...
I'm going to skip through this. Alright, so once Kath releases you from this conversation, everything you do in this room is important and has to be done in the right order. As we haven't gone through this door yet, if I go close to it, it's going to lock, and it's going to stop me from doing a lot of stuff over here until I've done other things. I do not want to go over here yet. I want to do as many of the things in this room in the game in the order that you're supposed to do them in the game, like as a casual playthrough.
Find a power suit and let's get on with this.
So, first off, press the orange button. Second, open the door. And third, click the body. Once this animation is started, you know you're good to go. You want to walk back over and don't go up the stairs, but just inch a bit closer until you can press this button. If you get too close, the door will lock. Head back around this chair
She's missing her head.
and take the chair under the door and block it with Simon's head. Scroll all the way out so that the chair's against the other wall, and do not let go of this chair, but crouch. Now you can let go. Like if you let go of the chair before crouching, the door will slam down on top of the chair and probably send it flying off down the hallway or into the room. You want to make sure that you're holding it in place before you crouch because you want to stabilize it. But once it's done that, you can safely leave. Go and touch the body one time. You got a little bit of dead time here, so press that button, grab that box, and just like pop it there. We'll be using that in a bit.
Come on, let's activate the power suit.
Then head back over here.
Make sure it's
Do
all
the other
matched
two.
together with the structure gel connecting all the parts.
Head over to this,
All right, try activating the suit from the terminal again.
and as soon as Catherine says try activating the suit from the terminal again, go activation pod D. And now you're free to leave this room.
I can't believe we're doing this.
So we block that door because Catherine and Simon enter a very long conversation here.
You go without me.
She's still roaming around upstairs. We don't really want to listen to that conversation. We're going to start a different one and then stop it. And that's completely skipped the main conversation with Kath. Also, Robot Girl's here, but you can just run past her. Like, all of the events of the game are currently playing in the wrong order.
What are you doing? We need to get the suit activated.
So head past. She's going to keep saying that. Get used to that line.
We need to
I'm going to head in here.
activity manifested by your current cortex
What? Did
chip.
I think I pressed that one.
Feed it
So when you come into this screen, hopefully you haven't pressed a button.
Me halfway there.
If you have pressed a button and you just want to do this by the numbers, you want this to be 157. If you haven't pressed a button, the easiest way to like muscle memory this is left twice, right twice. So 1, 2. I must have pressed the wrong button. Yeah, I pressed that one instead. Hold on. Yeah, so normally you'd come in and it would say that 5, 15, 3. So you go left, right, and this wavy line will then match up with the one behind it. Lock parameters, turn around and click the chair.
Sorry about any.
So depending on whether you want to do it by muscle memory or by numbers, like just remember left, left twice, right twice. Or 157 if you want to do it by numbers. Sometimes just going into the screen it will click one of the buttons and you just have to rely on the numbers because muscle memory will not work anymore. During this section just hold S. When the animation like skips here, you can turn around and start moving. It's tempting to like jump a lot during here to try and like bunny hop your way down, but it's not going to save time.
What was that?
Jumping can normally help in this game, but while you're being slowed down, like the speed of Simon is slowly ramping up. Any jumps will just keep you at that slower speed. So I wait until I'm at the bed to start jumping again. Nice.
God damn you, Kath. 2 Simon?
Also, you'll see me jump into the top of door frames. Occasionally you can get a bit of a boost forwards from physics. It's very rare, but it can help a little bit. When both times that you come back here, you can also do a door dive on this door. So I try and jump like roughly where this black line is. And you want to jump towards the door and then crouch in the air. And hopefully you land like right as you meet the door and you like skim under it. I was a bit late there. I pick that up, wave goodbye to old Simon. And now this box is important because we want a clip. If the clip doesn't work first try and you're having a bit of trouble like getting it set up again, do not try and clip a second time. Because I'm going to be clipping back through this wall, running into this room, and I'm going to be walking out on a very thin ledge in this corner, awaiting the next map to load. But if you take too long, the map will change while you're running into this room and you'll just get stuck out of bounds. Like, if you can get the clip first try, great, you've saved like 12, 13 seconds. If you don't get it first try, you're at the risk of, well,
What are you doing? We need to get the suit activated.
it's a long way back to the previous save. So be very careful with this one. I tend to crouch down, pick up the box from the back of it, jump up on here, like put myself back against this pipe, pull the prop towards me and then clip through. Everything is starting to deload. I'm just very carefully going to strafe my way out onto this little ledge. You can watch as everything like deloads behind you. Because by standing here, this will put us perfectly outside the map. Like, just barely inside the collision. Normally you'd have to wait for this door to open and then run all the way around. Again, if you can't make it to this point here where I was stood, you're probably going to end up getting stuck like out here, and you cannot get back over if you get stuck here, or if you're on the other side of the wall. That's it. It's over. So only do that if you know you can get there in time. You have about 30 seconds from the scan happening.
Are we done here?
Yeah.
Alright, just drop in here,
Please.
plug that in, all the way left, pull the lever and sit down. Now I made a joke about this earlier, but truly welcome to the hardest map in the run. Because it's almost impossible to not fall asleep. This is a 7.5 to 8 minute long cutscene
It's dumb luck,
with a
right?
small interruption halfway through.
And I woke up in the right body.
This first section is just long enough that if you want to go grab yourself a drink or if you want to go use the bathroom, it's the perfect time.
He wouldn't understand.
The second time is,
How could he?
I don't think as long,
Do it, and you knew it.
but this is a very long
You
cutscene.
were right in trying to hide him from me.
So do try not to fall asleep.
I basically flipped a coin, and if I had called the wrong side, I'd be rotting away at Omicron. I mean, there's nowhere to know, right?
Halfway through, there's going to be an interruption for the power, so I'm just going to speed up until then. Is where the nerves kick in on PB Pace. It's kind of hit and miss. Like this cutscene gives you the chance to like try and relax and calm yourself down. But if you've come out of Omicron is such a difficult level to do well. The first 2 minutes are just back-to-back skips and clips. And then you sit here just going, okay, I'm 2 minutes ahead. Oh shit. But hey, you get nice tranquil music. Alright. Eventually, the blackout will happen. You just want to run forwards. Click the ladder, you'll phase through it, but never mind that.
What happened?
Crouch down, open this panel, and then just push the fuse back in. The quickest route for this is just to run back and click the chair, but something that Spider-Hunt found recently is to, if you click the chair and then immediately hold S, you won't actually get in there. Like, the cutscene will continue, but it's just another way of messing around with this one.
What's the difference?
You can let the animation play out, and if you get it to just the right spot...
It's simply missing.
Sounds like sleeping without the dreaming.
Yes. But generally you anticipate when you're about to sleep.
Simon
There's a
appears,
natural continuation
headless.
Since we tend to wake up where we went to sleep.
So this just gives you an alternate perspective in this cutscene. As long as you hold S, you'll be wherever you first clicked on the chair.
I suppose so. I guess it sounds exciting, but it really keeps me activated to the point of exhaustion.
It's rough.
Could be worse. It could be a time traveler stuck in a body made from
So you can just sit around and wait for this one.
That'd be the worst.
Or F3 your way through this. Like it's obviously not moving. Just, yeah. He'll make preparations. If you let go, it'll sit down. At least doing this keeps you awake, only barely.
Oh, good, you're back.
What happened?
Welcome to another, probably 45 seconds of cutscene. Now, if there's anywhere where the nerves set in, it's definitely here.
Alright, let's head for tower and find that art.
There's a moth flying around again. Why are there always moths? Go away. I'm going to pick this up, scan this one time. I'm going to demonstrate, like, if you scan it once, you're good. If you scan it more than once, because a lot of people like to spam click these things, you're going to have your vision obscured a little bit. So if I click that and then click it again, or if I just keep spam clicking it, yeah, we're not putting this away now. We've permanently got an Omni tool in front of us. So don't do that. Just click it the one time, wait for the door to unlock, then push it. Scan once, wait for the door to click. Jump down the stairs and turn left. And you want to head to this room with the green flashing light. Now, whichever route you want to take, you want to grab, ideally, this prop. There are other props in here that you can use. I know some people use this drill. You could probably use the bottle. But the quickest one to grab, because it's right inside the door, is this yellow container. You want to put that on the floor. set up a prop hover. I'm going to F9 here because I'm going to be doing 2 different routes. This is the, like... Where? I'm sorry, where did that go? Oh, it's in the floor. Soma is indeed being Soma. So I take this and head right. And this is where having your gamma all the way up is going to make a lot of sense. Try not to fall off the prop. We are going to be heading in a straight line that way. So I'm going to do a lot of this with render overdraw back on. So I don't know if you can really see it, but just in the background there through this like pipe work, you can see this like shape back here. I'll run out of bounds so it's a bit more obvious. This entire map is a giant straight line that leads you to Tau, which is the station just over there. You can always see this if your settings are... if you don't have bloom and things turned on, you can always see like this black patchy blob. Like, when you're out of bounds, you can always see where Tau is if you get lost. But I'm going to set this hover back up again. Actually, I've got the quick save for that. This prop is awful to try and hover with. It's one of the longest hovers in the game, and you're doing it basically in pitch black. You want to head out, start gaining some height. Find this pipe with the red lights on it. Like, hover up above that, keep gaining height. You want to keep gaining height until that pipe like deloads and then reloads again. I think I've already gone above that height. You want to be a significant amount above this mountain here. You just use this as a visual reference. You don't have to be super high, but you do have to be high enough because there are several storm triggers throughout this map. And you just want to head in a straight line. If you hit one of those storm triggers, it obscures your vision and slows you down by 20%. So you don't want to hit them if you can avoid it. You can see on the right hand side, like the chunk of the map is like a square off edge. You can use those deloading and reloading map sections to make sure that you're going in a straight line. So you just want to line up with one of those and just keep going in a straight line. Roughly in the direction that the pipe was pointing. So I'm just watching the map chunks at the moment to make sure I'm in the right place. As long as your gamma's high enough and you can see those map edges, you'll be good. When you get a few minutes in, you'll see at the top of the screen like this round grey cliff has just popped in. To be safe, you can drop down at the start of this. If you want to be a bit more risky, you can hover over the middle. You can stand on top of the whole thing and run around it. Just don't drop down the gap in the middle, because you'll have to do the whole map over again. Once you get over to this section with the weird right angles edge, just drop down. Like, don't let go of the prop. You still want to be holding it the same as when you are hovering, but you want to drop down on top of this right angle, because right in front of you is the preload for the next map, and you want to take this prop with you. That's the whole point. We're really bringing it with us. But once you're down here, just hop back on top of it and just follow this edge. Gain a bit more height. Head over the green lights. I'm gaining height because there's a mountain coming up that I want to go over. I hope this is clear enough for people to see. I have the gamma boosted way more than I usually do. You should be able to make out everything. I'm just following the lights down below. I'm still keeping a decent amount of height because I want to avoid the last storm trigger here. And once you see this like orange light at the end, which is Tao's like front light, you just want to drop down. Plant that against that, so just so it stays. Click the button, and then wait for the door to open and just head on in. Like, that's the ideal fastest way, is just prop hovering straight through the map, then dropping down onto that edge to hit the preload. If you don't want to do that, you can waste about 15-20 seconds doing it a bit of a slower way, but incredibly consistent. You don't have to worry about doing any kind of long prop hover. You don't have to worry about dropping back in bounds. Just run with the prop down to this Tau sign, take a right. You'll see the red lights on top of this thing on the pipe. And just out of bounds, there is this ridge here. Like, just as you come up on top of the pipe, right on the right-hand side, it starts this ridge going down. You're going to take this prop and just follow that ridge out of bounds. This entire map, if I show the physics debug, and if I F7 my way around, where is Simone? Where is Simon? Alright, never mind. Teleport camera to player. So you'll see this box here, and there's lots of other boxes like it. So there's this box here. And once you're back in bounds, there's this box here, this box here. Like, there's tons of these giant pink boxes that cover the entire map. If you spend more than 5 seconds inside one of those boxes, Ross will come along and like grab you and put you back on the path. But thankfully, this box right here was made just thin enough that you can run through it in under 5 seconds. And it only worked for this one, that I can tell. I think there might be a way of going like out of bounds this way and going around the back, but as you can just run straight through it, doesn't matter. But I'm going to drop back down there. There's my prop. So I'm going to be running straight out of bounds in this direction. So if I turn off draw physics, see that's where that hill is. You just want to run straight down there, and as you get further and further out, the map will get flatter and flatter. As it starts getting like super flat, you want to take a left and look out for Tau and start running towards it. I'm just going to take this. Actually, I'm going to demonstrate what happens if you get caught first. So if I just stay in one of those boxes and stand here for a while. So this is what the game's supposed to do if you go too far off the beaten path. Ross will like come and collect you, and he'll try and put you back in the last section of the map that you touched, like inbounds. Which is why I say in the prop hover you can lose a lot of time if you fall down there, because that like semicircular cliff, if you fall down in the middle of that, you hit one of those giant boxes. You're too far away from the edge, you can't get out of it before he'll come and collect you. But because you've done the entire map, like up in the air, you haven't gone through the map, you are coming back here. And it doesn't matter if you're right at the end of the map, because those boxes go all the way up to the end of the map. You are coming back here. And this map's like 5 minutes long. You do not want to hit one of those boxes. So the prop hover is the quickest route, but it's very risky if you fall off in the wrong place. Anyway, I'm going to take this prop, and this time I'm just going to keep running out of bounds. Just follow this ridge. You don't have to be too exact, I'm just skirting around the outside of a storm trigger that I know is on my left. And as it starts to flatten out here, you can just start turning left. Keep slowly arcing around, like keeping Tau in vision. And things flatten out. I start walking towards, you can see that there's like this kink in the geometry here where part of the map isn't loaded and the other part is. And also this very obvious texture seam that you can follow. So keep following that. You'll see that in a second a mountain's going to load like around here and then deload again. When it deloads, turn and start running directly towards Tau. So there's the mountain. And there it goes. I'm just going to run straight towards Tau. My flashlight ran out. Just keep heading along. The mountain will come back into view. Wait for the second half of it to appear. There you go. And head towards the right-hand side of that. That semicircular cliff that we dropped onto earlier is just the other side of this, so we want to get back up on top of that to hit the preload. And there is still a reason why I'm taking this prop with me. Don't worry, it's not just my travel buddy. I'm going to hop down on top of here. Head along the top, here's that same right angle corner. And from here, there's two routes you can take down here. You can either jump off to the right and skirt around the caves and head up on the hill. This is the second fastest route for this map. If anyone isn't a fan of spiders, I would look away right now. And you can look back again. So yeah, I'm just skirting the edge of those caves, finding my way to this one. And to get up this hill, you just want to run into it and then hold space. And Simon just somehow Skyrim horses his way up there. Jump along the top a little bit, and then you'll get this ridge that goes down the other side. You just want to bounce down this. Don't fall off to the right of this, because you will get collected by Ross and put back at the start of the level again. But that's a way of going out of bounds and getting to where Tau is. There's another way which is a little bit slower, but that hill can be kind of picky if you want to run up it. So I'm going to take the prop and instead keep running along the top of this cliff. Drop down on the inside. Again, if you don't like spiders, look away for a sec. And you can just jump up here. Round the corner and you're back in bounds again. You can see Tau in front of me. And you can look again. So all three of these routes then meet up at the front door of Tau. Which I'm just going to speed this up. But either way, you want to make it here with the preloading text. You want to know you've hit that preload while you're practicing. Because we need this prop in the next map. Actually, no, we don't need the prop in the next map. We just need to preserve our position in the next map. So very quickly when you get in here, I'll wait for my flashlight to recharge again. You want to scan this, grab the box, jump with the box onto here, and then using this raised section, you want to get all the way up onto this bit. If you can't make this in time, don't worry. You can still like set the hover up and come up. Yo, Hacks, thank you for the raid. How's it going? You're just joining at the end? We are back at. Hey, Bree, how's it going? Yeah, so I'm going to swipe this. Yo, Magic, how's it going? Jump here. Jump up on top. use this to get myself up here. I'm going to position this there. Grab that, rotate it a bit towards me and clip back through this wall. And before the transition, you just want to stand up against this corner. Hey Nietzsche, how's it going? So you want to drop in right here. Yeah, this is recording the tutorial. Hello?
Never been happier to be inside. Let's find the Ark.
What was that? I've never seen this before. Game's just trolling me right now. Alright, so by hitting the preload in the previous map, it allows us to start this map from out of bounds, which ideally you'll be starting right here because this orange ring right in front of you when you spawn in is going to be where your safety save is. So if you don't want to do this with any kind of quit outs to the menu, you can just walk forwards here and you get a save. If you missed this, like, just head back to the very first junction and it's right here. You can only hit it one time. But I've seen a few people have confusion and they try and check like this ring, or they come over here and they're trying to check this one. It's the very first one back here. Well, the second one it's the very first one after the first T-junction. You just want to dip down to the side and hit that. In the unfortunate circumstance that you didn't hit the preload and you end up back inbound, if I can pull my camera over. Teleport camera to play it. So if you've ended up in here, you can, if you haven't hit the preload, you won't have the prop with you, so you can't use it to clip. It's somewhere. You can just head into this first room, grab this wet floor sign, and use that one to hover your way back up. And once you're here, just find which direction you want to clip through there, and you'll be on here. And just head past the T-junction and then hit the autosave. Just for a little bit of safety. Once you're out of bounds though, just head along the top to the very end, like the hallway will just end here. Look across here, just walk straight out. Most of this is solid, apart from like just off the edge here. So I'm going to quickly save here. Don't walk too far off the edge because you will fall. But once you're down and you're facing in that direction, you want to turn around to the left. So you've just dropped off this corner. The next corner clockwise, you want to run up and jump up this at a bit of an angle. You want to jump up this. Land between these two goo piles. If you're a bit too far forward or a bit too far back, you're going to get stuck on a lot of things. It's a lot easier if you just jump up between these. It's a bit higher. And you want to jump up on top of this. The collision for this is actually square. So if I draw physics, you can see that it's actually a square section sticking out. And you're going to want to jump up on top of that. Sprint, jump, land up here. And this is the section which is really going to kick you for a long time. This is a very difficult jump to get used to, because you want to jump out, turn around, and land on a very thin ledge, which is about the same height as where you're jumping from, where this angled like blue and orange section meets the wall. So you want to jump out, turn, and land a little bit higher than that. My Simon is really not jumping very high today. I think my Simon's broken. That was not big enough. If you don't jump far enough and you land on top of this, you're fine. You can jump back and try again. If you jump too far and fall off, you're going to fall out of bounds. Yeah, you want to land about here. So there's a very thin ledge that you can land on here. And then you want to look in about this direction, like you see this, the back side of this goo. You just want to look in the middle of that and just sprint jump forward. And you'll land on another section of the map. At which point you just want to jump straight up and then move into the corner. Then do it to the left and then just keep jumping left or up. You just want to climb up on top of here and then you can continue. If you don't make it, there is a small section of map underneath that is an invisible hitbox that you can land on. If you really just want to finish a run and you don't want to keep reloading a save, you can still do a backup. Like say you've fallen down here. Like there's this very small section of ground under here. Like, for some reason there's a hitbox down here. No idea why. Doesn't really serve any purpose, but it's here. This can save you. If you want to get back from here though, you can jump out and around and try and climb up the other side. It's been a very long time since I've done it, and seeing how Omicron works, I'm not sure I can really do it particular justice, but there is a way of climbing back up. If I put my camera down there so I can warp a bit quicker. That went way too far. Where am I? Okay. I'm going to F9 there. So you can jump up on top of this box. Jump up on the goo pile. And there you go. You can make it back in bounds around that side. Ready to jump back up here. Jump back around there. Jump across there. And then get on top of the map. I'm going to make a save before I forget. Just run along the top here, jump across any, you want to keep jumping when you're on top of sections of the map like this, because otherwise you get stuck on literally everything. But head up on top of this ring, just run around. You take a bit of fall damage here. It's nothing severe, you're not going to start limping from it. And then either click the bed from this side, or click the pillow from this side. Either way, just click on the bed and start walking forwards and you'll stand back up in the room. We never came in through the door, so Sarah isn't actually here. She's kind of creepy, so you want to look at her photos and then just disable her life support. Disabling the life support for her unlocks the arc that we can use. This is the main plot point of this game. So it's kind of important that we take this with us. I have, on PB Pace, forgotten to take the arc. That was fun. There's two routes that you can use to get out of this room. Both of them involve this box. If you want to do the quicker routes, you just want to pick this up, jump up on top of the arc, pull the box towards you, clip backwards, and then try and grab the arc when you're falling. If not, just jump forward and grab it. And now you have the arc out of bounds. If you're having trouble getting the box up there with you or getting that clip to work, there is another clip that you can use. Where my save loads. Okay, that's disabled. So again, grab the box from the back. Tap R for this one. Walk next to the sink. Clip backwards. Sprint jump across here. Jump around here. Jump up. Grab the arc. And you want to head back into this section, find this very elusive green box. Walk forward on the right hand side and you want to drop or take a load of damage. Thanks, Simon. You want to drop down on top of these pipes and then drop into this gap. Then edge your way forward. You'll drop. That was almost too far. You do not want to drop too quickly, otherwise you're going in the water. And then just hop across to the next cabinet. There's 3 routes you can use here. If you just want to get a run done, and I would recommend this for everyone starting this run, just the cabinet that you drop into, crouch, open it, and push that button. And then twiddle your fingers while you wait for this very long animation to finish. Very long animation. And in you go and you plonk your arc down. I would recommend that for anyone picking this game up, because you're at absolutely no risk doing that. Like, it's slow, but it's super safe. Once you get better at the game and you feel like you want to take a bit more time off, then you want to use the slightly more advanced strat, which is jumping across into the next cabinet, crouching down, and you can use a few points to line up. So there's dots on the floor. I haven't done this strat in a particularly long time, but you can lean to the left, inch your way out. You can't go too far out, otherwise you'll just drop off the map. But if you get just the right spot, and you're in just the right frame of Simon's like limping side to side animation, you can push the button through the wall. Come on. It was right there. And I fell off. I pushed it a bit too far. There you go. Once you've pushed that through the wall, you don't have to go through that long animation. And you can pop your arc down. There is one other route that you can do here that I would not recommend until you absolutely need it, which is just hopping across here, lining up. So I'm lining up the top of... I'm actually limping here. I'm going to reload the map so I'm not limping. I definitely wouldn't recommend this while you're limping. So I'm going to reload the map so I've got full health again. Then I am going to put myself in here.
Never been happier to be inside.
I'm just going to do this very quickly through obviously intended strats. There you go. So if you're in here with full health, so you're actually stood up fully, you can look straight down, line up the center of your torch beam with the top of this white dome. So like that is where the center would be. Look at the very bottom left corner here, where the blue meets this like angled gray surface, and sprint forwards. And as long as you've got enough speed and you get exactly the right lineup, you'll pop through here immediately. It's a lot quicker than waiting around for like trying to find the button or anything, but if you don't get that exactly right, you will just fall out of the map. Sometimes you can fudge it and get lucky. Most of the time you won't. Like if I just stand here and run in this direction, you just bounce off the wall. So with a decent lineup, you can get this pretty quickly. It's definitely the quickest way of getting into the airlock. But be prepared to lose runs to that. Make a safety save before it if you really want to go for it. Scan this. Wait for it to say cargo attached. Scan this once, and then once it beeps, scan it a second time. It sounds weird because I said earlier don't scan these things twice, but if you scan this one a second time, the map will end 7 seconds early. Well, you have to have full health. Because you're running at this corner, you need to have full speed so you actually like have enough momentum to clip through. If you're limping, Simon will like dot his head side to side, and he'll like slump down a bit, which makes it more difficult to get a proper lineup as well. So if you're stood up properly with full health, you can look down and get that lineup. If he's slouching, you have to use different ways of lining up Simon. You can still make it through, you just have to be a lot more precise. Because you basically, that section is basically where two walls are meeting at an angle, and you're trying to get Simon to hit right at the join with enough speed that he'll carry through. If you hit either of the sides and then like skid along into the corner, you won't have the right angle and you'll just like slide along and then fall. And if Simon's not moving fast enough, he'll hit the corner and then just like he won't have the momentum to push him through. So making sure that you do that at full health is, you know, twofold. You need to make sure that you've got enough momentum to push yourself through the wall, and also it helps with the actual setup. There's different ways of setting that up. That's just the one that I found to be the most consistent. It's the one I'd recommend most people use if they want to use that strat. But feel free to find your own way of setting it up. If you find something more consistent, do let me know. But yeah, moving on. That there. That says cargo attached. Scan this. Wait for it to beep. Scan it a second time. These pipes will normally break after the alarm sounds 4 times. If you scan it a second time, they'll break after like 2.5. And then when Simon collapses, the map will just instantly end. I have no real clue why this helps, but believe me, just scan it a second time. So beep, scan again. Wait next to these. Go 2 beeps and then it breaks. Nope, pull it. And then it plays like a second copy of the alarm sound. And then it breaks again. Alright, stand up here. Crouch down. Hop your way through the door, and you just want to grab this very first metal thing. Like, slam it down, scroll it out so it's on the ground, and then just like jump on top of it. Set up a hover. Angle it up so you move towards the door. Jump so you can get it above this beam. Jump a couple extra times just to get a bit more height. If you can't like angle it up and run forward and get it above this, just back up a little bit and then go again. You just want to get out on top of this. That's the easiest way. There was a way of clipping out on the side here, but everyone who tried it ended up struggling with it. It's much easier to just do that like back and forth to get out of the top. And then for now you just want to follow along the top of this tunnel. I'm just going to speed up. Is Simon panting? Once you pass this like blue and yellow tunnel on the left, you'll hit this rock. Just like angle in a bit. You want to gain a bit of height because this map goes uphill. Just angle the prop up a little bit. Keep following it in bounds. Eventually you'll get to these like really bright yellow lights. Just pull the prop out from underneath you. Fling that towards the door. Press that. Grab that again, and you want to use this to like pull the door open. It's quite a large prop, so you can open the door a bit quicker with that prop. And then swipe to enter Phi. So with Phi, this is the last like actual real technical map in the game. It's the last skip that you have to do. It's also incredibly fiddly. We have to clip out of bounds using a book and then get that book out of bounds with us. And getting props out of bounds in this game is kind of tricky. They really don't like it. But this is something you cannot do on the console version of the game because you do need to scroll the prop like up and down to get it out of bounds, which is something that controllers can't do. Like they don't actually have that input bound anywhere.
I hope the Ark made it here in one piece.
So you want to run forward, grab this blue book, and just come and plonk it down on the ground, jump on top of it. Set up a hover diagonally. It's a very small prop, so you're going to have to be very careful setting it up. Face the corner between these two tentacles, and then just jump once on top of it. And then jump again and crouch. And once you're up on this edge, just turn around. You do not want to keep this book like under the tentacles because you're about to jump upwards. And you need to keep this prop like where it is right now. So bring this out, back up. Jump up, jump left, do not jump again, otherwise you'll drop the prop. Crouch, get the book in this corner, and then just keep scrolling. Eventually the book will like come out. There you go. You can't do that on console, I'm afraid. If you're doing runs on console, you have to do Phi just using the no major glitches route. Just do everything inbounds, just do it quickly. But you want to get this book out of bounds if you're doing this on PC. So issues you can face here if you're trying to do the clip out. Okay. I'm magically ascending. I did not mean to do that. And I got the book stuck in the ceiling. Awesome. Don't let the book touch the ceiling at all. There's a few places where you can put it like on top of those lights. But try not to let it touch the ceiling at all, because it will just immediately clip back in bounds. Where is my quick save? Preloading Tau inside. Oh dear. Oh dear. I thought I made a save with the book. I did not make a save with the book. Sci-fi. So normally your save in Phi, like the autosave, will be right where you either grab the book or where you just pick the book up. Where's the book over there? Right. Quick save. It is made. Yeah, don't try and rush getting out of here, because if you clip, like, if you're trying to go backwards, you'll quite often just get popped off the side like that. In which case, reload the save. But just be very careful to go up. Up, Simon. Jump back, jump up, jump left. Crouch down. Scroll the book in the corner to get it out of bounds. Scroll the book all the way away from you. And then sprint jump in this direction and scoop the book underneath you while you jump. And then keep jumping. Head over the middle of the map. You want to head through this V. and then let go of the book and drop down inside here. Head up here, plug in the Omni tool, and as far as like complicated stuff in this run, you're done.
Guess you won't have to. Not
Just the
after
outro
this
to
is
do
over.
now.
Right. Have a seat.
So I'm going to skip through a lot of these lengthy conversations. Usual puzzle, just click that, click that. Wait for Kath to tell you can press the button. Go through long section of Simon and Kath ranting at each other. I'm just going to wait for Kath to explode. There we go. Right, so after Kath has imploded, you just want to be holding Shift and W.
Catherine?
And then when the credits music starts playing, just don't mash escape. Just like tap it every half a second. Because you don't want to be pausing when you do get the skip. When you skip the credits. So just press it every now and then. Arc loads. You want to be holding Shift and W because you want to be running forward at this point.
Did it work?
And arc should be an easy 1 minute flat every time. Basically just take the shortest route. The water doesn't slow you down, so just run through it. Just be careful not to get stuck on rocks. Head across the bridge. Just keep heading along.
Catherine?
And timing stops for this run as soon as you get a black screen. But if you're using the auto splitter, which I went through earlier, it'll do that for you. But if you're manually timing it on console, it starts when the brain icon appears after the intro cutscene, when Ashley says "for what," and then it ends like on the first fully black frame of the fade out there. And that is Soma. That took a long time to explain, and I probably didn't do a particularly good job of it. Hopefully, that was good enough that people can use this to get started. I do want to do a improved version of this tutorial, like actually take the time to properly get all the strats to work, properly edit everything together. But for now, I just wanted to put out something with the current route and current strats, so people can actually get started and, you know, they're not running on 2015 strats, which is what the last tutorial was. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I'm going to go away and edit all of this onto the YouTube version because Omicron was an absolute mess. I hope you all enjoyed. For anyone watching this on YouTube, or I guess anyone who's been here on Twitch as well, do feel free to either leave a comment on this video on YouTube if you have any questions, or feel free to join the Discord for HPL speedruns. The Discord link will be in the video description as well. You can find me in there, and you can find any other runners of this game if you have any questions. Like, it's a friendly community. We'd love to help out, and hope to see you on the leaderboards soon. Alright, back into not presenting mode. This game came out in late 2015. The last tutorial was made like very end of like November 2015. The game came out in September, and there hasn't been an updated tutorial since. So this was trying to fill that void finally. Be brutally honest. How was that? Omicron, I trying to get the backup route to work in Omicron, I actually felt like giving up. That was terrible. That whole thing's going to be edited out, and I'm just going to, like, slap in a clip of me doing it properly. Very informative. I'm glad it could be that. But, yeah, hopefully it was at least somewhat entertaining. I'm not usually a tutorial person, which is why it's taken me so long to do it up to this point. Yeah, I do want to see more people run this game. Like, it is a ton of fun to run. So, feel free to give it a go. If you do, as I said at the end of the main section, if you do have any questions about it, just, I think you guys are already in the Discord anyway, so you know where to find me. It's a lot of fun. Like, the clipping is different to Penumbra. Like, everything's different to Amnesia. There's much more reliance on props than there is on just, like, awkward geometry, which is kind of good and bad. It's good because it means you can clip literally anywhere. If you have a prop and there is a wall, you can go through that wall. But the downside is you do have to kind of, like, figure out how props work. I tried to explain that at the start of the tutorial, like, how to visually gauge whether a prop's going to clip for you or not, but it doesn't always... It can take a bit of practice to get used to. But if you do it long enough, you can usually just pick up a prop and tell whether it's going to work or not. Yeah. Anyway, that is all I have time for tonight. Next week, I'm going to be going back to... I have a Burnout 3 run that I still owe Yonko, so I'll probably start next week with that. And then I think I'm going to hop back on Driver San Francisco, try and get a PB in that. What we have with Penumbra is the fact that you can clip anywhere, but once you clip, you don't have a clue where you are. That can be a problem in any game. You really need to learn the maps. You can see everything. Yeah, Soma is definitely a lot brighter. I would recommend. I'm sure it's the same in Penumbra, but definitely turn your gamma all the way up. Like, do yourself a favor. You're gonna go insane otherwise. Because this game can get pretty dark as well, but overall, because most of the things are, like, inside in a station that hasn't been dilapidated for too long, you can kind of see your way around because most of the lights still work. Like, Frictional have definitely learnt a lot about ambient lighting. But yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. I am going to hand you over to Ali, who's doing Half-Life 2 speedruns, going for top 3. So this video will be up on my VODs channel tomorrow, and then I'll be editing a proper version of this, like, condensed down a little bit for my main YouTube channel, which will be up in a few days' time. Otherwise, if you want to see, like, the bits that you missed, if you came in towards the end, you can just watch the past broadcast on Twitch. It'll be available for the next 2 weeks or so. But yeah, I'm going to host Ali. Thank you for stopping by. I'll catch you next week.